So today's conference is all. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the first ever ZAPCon. My name is Joni Klippert. I am the CEO and co-founder of StackHawk. StackHawk is all about putting DAST assessment technology in the hands of software engineers, helping them find and fix application security bugs before they deploy to production. When we founded the company, we needed a scanning capability that worked for modern web applications. It needed to be easy to automate, it needed API security, and we picked ZAP because it was best in class for those capabilities. We also loved that it had a really rich open source community. After Simon Bennetts, the founder of ZAP, who you're going to hear from very shortly, joined our team, and as we became closer to the open source community, we wanted to do our part and bring the community the first ever ZAPCon. We hope you enjoy. So today's conference is all about open source ZAP. And the content is going to center around how you can take advantage of these capabilities with open source ZAP in your organization. Before we launch into programming, I want to take a moment and recognize the more than 10 years of work that Simon and the core contributors of ZAP have put into this project that we all know and love. This team works incredibly hard, mostly in their free time, to give this community a best-in-class DAST scanning capability. They're also the ones answering all of your questions, maybe late at night in the ZAP user groups. So if we could take a minute and just give them a virtual round of applause or a shout out in Discord, I'm sure they would really appreciate it. Thank you all so much for your hard work on ZAP all of these years. We really appreciate you. So when we decided to host this conference, it was a complete experiment. My planning document literally said mini ZAPCon. And I'm thrilled that in less than 2 months, more than 1,700 of you have registered for this conference. We have attendees from 57 countries spanning every continent except for Antarctica. And this is very clearly a user conference. We have 71.7, almost 72% of you who are current ZAP users. And I've also been excited to see, as people join the Discord channel, new users or students or ZAP curious people signing up today so that they can learn more about ZAP and how they can scan their application for security bugs. We think that it's awesome that you're here to learn today. I'm also really excited to see that while 60% of you are from a security discipline, which is certainly no surprise, 40% of you come from the engineering organization. We've got folks in DevOps, software engineering, and QA. And I think it's so great that engineers are looking to learn more about how to shore up the security of their applications. So whether you're a student and you're learning about ZAP, or you're someone seeking an advanced automation use case, we hope that you find great value in today's sessions. So before I pass off to Simon, just a few housekeeping items. Definitely join the conversation in Discord. There's a clickable link in the reminder email for the conference if you haven't joined already. We're going to have channels for every session, and we hope that you'll find value in connecting with your peers throughout the course of the conference and take the conversation beyond the conference. All of the sessions are pre-recorded. However, the speakers are going to be available in Discord throughout their sessions. And we're going to have a live Q&A with our speakers right after their session ends. So definitely stay tuned for that and engage with them in real time, asking them questions about their talk. And also note there's going to be regular breaks between sessions. So you'll have time to take care of whatever you need to take care of throughout the day. Here is our schedule. We hope you enjoy the content. We have got everything from announcements by Simon about roadmap and new features that are going to be available in ZAP. We have great use cases of how specific companies are using ZAP within their organization, and a handful of technical deep dives for you to learn more about how to make the most out of ZAP. If you want to reference the schedule, go ahead and go to ZAPCon.io, and you'll be able to see all of the sessions there as well. So without further ado, I want to welcome Simon Bennetts, the founder and project leader of ZAP and distinguished engineer at StackHawk. He's going to give us some more opening remarks. Take it away, Simon.
Thank you, Joni, and thank you to everyone at StackHawk who's worked so hard putting this conference together. It really wouldn't have happened without all of their hard work. I also want to thank the core team again, especially Ricardo and Rick, who have been working on ZAP with me for many years now. Some people seem to think that ZAP is my project. It is not my project. It belongs to everybody who's contributed to ZAP. And some of the rest of the core team are a bit more shy than I am, so I tend to take a lot of the limelight, but I definitely don't do all the work. So there's a lot of people who have put a lot of effort into making ZAP what it is today. But ZAP has been around for over 10 years now, so it actually came about because of a failed penetration test. I was leading a small Java development team, and we spent 2 years developing an online service. We knew it's security critical, so wanted to have a pen test to show that we'd got everything right. That didn't quite give us to plan. There was a whole, it was a car crash. It was not good at all. And I must admit, I felt pretty down after that. But I decided that it was a good time to take stock and make sure that that didn't happen again. Came up with a plan. I would learn more about security. I would add, find a tool and add security, automated security tests to make sure that would run every night to make sure that we pick up security vulnerabilities as soon as possible. But I also wanted to get involved in open source. So I decided that if I could find an open source web security tool, then I could use that to learn more about security. I could include that in our build environment, and I could then contribute to that. That didn't quite work out as planned either, because at that time, there were no open source web security tools that were being actively maintained. So to cut a long story short, I ended up actually creating the project that I was looking for. That has been, it's been an incredible journey for me. I got approached by Mozilla and I got a job there, and that gave me the chance to spend more time working on ZAP. Over the years, things have changed a lot. So I want to point out things like the first Google Summer of Code projects. We've had a lot of the years, a lot of students have worked on ZAP, and they've added real benefit, some huge features. We've actually got a student hall of fame on the ZAP website. So if you're interested to see what other students working on ZAP have done, then please have a look at that. In 2015, we actually planned to, we said we're going to start something called ZAP as a service. That's one of the kind of failures, I think, of the ZAP team, or myself in particular. I think that proved to be too ambitious. I underestimated how much work was involved in creating something like that, and overestimated the time I'd have available. In 2016, we started getting serious about automation. That had always been a focus. ZAP was a tool I wanted to use for automation myself on my own projects before I ended up working on it full time. But the Docker images, when we created those, made a huge difference and made it so much easier for everybody to use ZAP when automating security tests. But the really big change for me has come in 2020, when StackHawk offered me the chance to join them and spend so much more of my time working on the ZAP open source project and helping them build an enterprise-grade software as a service offering on top of ZAP, something that we'd wanted to do before that we haven't been able to do. So why use Dast at all? One thing I want to make sure that everyone's aware is that there are no silver bullets in this industry. So Dast is not going to solve all of your security problems. You should be using technologies like SAST, software static analysis, and SCA, software composition analysis, all good things like that. But I do think if you're new to security, then Dast is the best place to start. That's how your applications will be attacked. And if they're online, that's how they're being attacked right now. So Dast is really, it's the attacker's view, where tools like ZAP are acting as the attacker, but making sure that you get to find the vulnerabilities before that they do. There are a lot of advantages to Dast. You're actually testing a real running system, but you can do that before it's deployed. And you can test the whole system, not just individual components. You get much less noise from Dast than you do from tools like SAST. And the findings are much more actionable. That means you can focus on the real exploitable issues and don't have to worry so much about all the other things that you want to get to, but you know you don't have time to immediately. We actually find it's really hard to get feedback on how people and companies use open source projects like ZAP. We get things like download stats and start pings, but it's very difficult to tell who's actually using ZAP and how they're using it. However, we do believe that ZAP is the most frequently used web application scanner, and that includes all of the commercial ones as well. We stated that publicly before, and none of our competitors have challenged it, so it must be true. We do know anecdotally that some of the biggest companies in the world are using ZAP. And we know there are lots of companies like StackHawk who are building commercial enterprise-grade solutions on top of it. But we do actually want to hear from you. We're going to be featuring a load of ZAP success stories on zaproxy.org. So if you'd like to be included in that, then please get in touch with me. Before we get started, I want to say a big thank you to all of the speakers. We had loads of talks submitted, and it was really difficult choosing them. I haven't actually had a chance to view the talks beforehand either, so these are going to be new to me, and I'm really looking forward to them. Abhay, I know, and he always gives really great talks, but I love the idea of using DSLs with ZAP. That's just a great idea, and I want to see where that can go. Ankush and Milan, this one's really interesting for me because I've never actually used ZAP to test mobile applications. It's a bit of a mission, I must admit, but it's just not something I've been involved in, not something I've had to do. So I'm really keen to see what ZAP can do and how the best way to use it with mobile apps. I'm also really looking forward to the talk from Mohammed and Salman. As I said before, we don't get to find out how people are using ZAP. So I'm really excited to hear how ZAP is used in an organization, why it was chosen over commercial tools and how they've integrated it into their pipeline and got it to work with third-party tools. And Khaled's talk, I just love the idea of feedback-based fuzzing and people building tools on top of ZAP in general. I asked, is one of those technologies that I've not played with either, partly because there are no open source tools around, or there weren't any until very recently. So I'm very interested in seeing how ZAP can play in this space and how it can be used in this kind of environment. And so, last but not least, I'd like to thank you all for joining us on this journey. And please join the ZAPCon Discord server. The link should be in your registration reminder, email, or you can type that in right now. And now I'd like to hand you over to our host for today, Scott Gerlach.
What's up, ZAPCon? Hey, everybody. Pop off in the Discord, say what's up. Let's get loud up in the room. We're super glad that everyone's joined us today. Thank you, Joni. Thank you, Simon, for the intro. It's super awesome to have the first ever ZAPCon. We're going to get started with content here real soon. Abhay is first up. He's got awesome video here. Some of this is live. You may have noticed. Some of this is, we're trying to make sure that we do as good a job as we can. So if some things aren't going quite right, let us know in the Discord. We'll try to fix stuff and get the audio fixed again. If that happens, it shouldn't. We're double checking it. But we have Abhay up next. Shoot questions into his channel in Discord if you have them as you're watching Abhay's talk. We'll try to hit those Q&As at the end of the session. Open up to any questions that may be happening in Discord. And then obviously after his talk is done and after our Q&A is done, we'll have the ability to continue that conversation in that Discord channel. So next up is Abhay talking about democratizing ZAP with DSL. And his talk is awesome. I'm excited for you guys to watch. So let's go take a look at that talk now.
That's going to be the subject of my talk. So I'm really happy to talk about it and share all of this information with all of you. So just to give you a little bit of background of myself, my name is Abhay. I am the founder of We45 and AppSec engineer. We're an application security testing. So hi, everyone. Thanks so much for joining in, and I'm really happy to be here. My name is Abhay Bhargav, and I'm, first of all, very privileged to be speaking at the first ever ZAPCon. I've always been a fan of OWASP ZAP, and I'm really glad to be talking about some of the research that I've been working on with ZAP and some of the stuff that I've been doing with dynamic application security testing as well. So my topic for today is democratizing ZAP with test automation and DSLs. And this is a topic that's been very close to my heart. I have done a bunch of research on it. I've done a lot of training on it. In fact, that's been one of my core aspects of actually working with dynamic application security testing for a while now. And that's going to be the subject of my talk. So I'm really happy to talk about it and share all of this information with all of you. So just to give you a little bit of background of myself, my name is Abhay. I am the founder of We45 and AppSec engineer. We're an application security testing as well as an application security training company. So we have training and testing, we hack, we teach, we do everything in between. I've also been extensively involved in the vulnerability management space. I've done a lot of work in correlating vulnerabilities, worked with different application security tools, SAST, DAST, SCA, IAST, RASP, you name it. I have worked on these tools as well as integrating a lot of these tools in DevSecOps. That's been my focus over the last 6 years. In fact, I started off my career as a breaker of apps, but today I've largely moved towards a more build, scale, and that sort of a profile today that I've had. I've also been a trainer at major events worldwide, like DEF CON, Black Hat, OWASP, a bunch of places. I do a lot of talks as well. I'm also quite involved in the open source community in the form of two major projects that I work on. One is called Threat Playbook, which is essentially a threat modeling as code service, which you can actually use. You can find the links on GitHub. You have Threat Playbook, which allows you to not only do threat modeling as code, but also allows you to integrate tools like ZAP with your threat models, which is a very interesting notion, I am told. So this is essentially me. And today I'm going to be talking about a few things, right? The agenda is going to be pretty straightforward. Now, most of you who are at this event probably know about ZAP. So I'm not going to get too much into ZAP. My focus is going to be on enhancing or taking ZAP to the next level and kind of opening out its capabilities to the broader DevOps audience, right? Now, most of us in security might have heard of ZAP. Most of us might have used ZAP, but there is a huge population that we work with that may not know anything about ZAP, right? They may not know anything about ZAP, may not know anything about application security testing. At the same time, we should unlock the ability to actually talk to these folks and should be able to unlock the ability to actually use ZAP with these folks. So that is something I'm going to be talking about today. So first, I want to start off with challenges and opportunities in application security. Then I'm going to talk about ZAP itself. And ZAP happens to be my favorite dynamic application security testing tool. ZAP is my favorite for many reasons, and I'm going to get into it throughout the talk. And the next thing I'm going to do is, of course, how does ZAP fit in with this whole concept of test automation? First of all, why test automation? How does ZAP fit in with test automation? And I'm going to talk about a framework that has that I've been using for a while now that has kind of married these two elements of test automation and application security testing. So I'm really excited to talk about all this and, of course, have conclusions at the end of this. So first of all, the need for AppSec automation, I think by now is clear for most of us, right? Most of us know why we want to do this. Why do we want to do AppSec automation, be it SAST or DAST or SCA or RASP or IAST? The need is pretty straightforward, right? We want to scale, right? And when we want to scale, we want to be dev first. We want to be as close to the development lifecycle or as early in the development lifecycle as we can to be able to unlock the maximum potential from our security program, right? The dev first workflows are going to be very, very important for us moving forward. It's already been important, but it's going to be even more of a sweeping change over the next few years. When I say dev first workflows, what I mean is essentially workflows that support the continuous delivery of apps, right? This is something that we want to go. We want to be able to have workflows that support continuous delivery, which means that you should be able to support continuous delivery without breaking the process. You should be able to support continuous delivery without hindering the development lifecycle. You should have security embedded within the cycle. That's really what we're going for with Dev First, right? And that's really what we're looking at. Now, Dev First also means this, right? Now, Dev has already consumed Ops, right? Now, Ops today is largely all about infrastructure as code, your Kubernetes manifest, your cloud manifest, your Terraform, your all of that stuff, right? That's already consumed all of it. And that itself has become a massive code repository within your organization, within your team, within your small entity, if you will, right? Now, Dev has also consumed QA. If you look at the modern QA techniques, or at least test automation techniques, you will see that it's a lot of development, right? It's, again, code. It's QA as code, Ops as code. Now, Dev has already also started to consume security. So if you see the security space, you will see that Dev has also extensively started to consume security. It's also extensively started to extend its reach into security, because we're looking at DevSecOps, we're looking at automated static analysis, automated dynamic analysis, we're looking at automated, we're looking at IAST and observability and all of that stuff. So Dev is kind of consuming security. We're still seeing we're seeing it happen as we speak, but it's happening. And I think the next thing that Dev is coming for is policy, compliance, and things like that. We're already beginning to see the roots of that start, right? We're seeing things like Open Policy Agent, we're seeing things like Carvano, and so on and so forth. Especially for things like microservices, we're seeing that the Dev workflow is really becoming quite extensive, and it started to consume all of these spaces. So it's very important for us to adapt to the game, right? We have to adapt to the game, simply because if we don't adapt, it clearly means that security is going to be left behind. And that has happened. In fact, if you see in a lot of companies, even today, security is kind of left behind because they don't adapt to the rapid pace that Dev is bringing to the table. So this is good for a few ways, obviously, because of a few reasons. One, it's good because it encourages automation, right? Not too many humans making mistakes, lower intervention, which means continuous delivery. Remember, we want continuous delivery. Lesser human intervention, like I already said, faster delivery of features, right? If you can deliver features at a really fast pace, you are also able to go and ensure that you support your engineering teams rather than being a hindrance or being a gatekeeper for your engineering team. So faster delivery of features is very important. And of course, highly scalable and immutable environments. Now, one of the things that you will see in most environments today, especially if you're on the cloud or Kubernetes or something like that, you will see this even more, that most of these environments are built for scale. They're built for immutability, which means that you have code that brings up this desired state environment, and that's it, right? You don't have to sit and change it. You don't have to turn these knobs in and out, or you don't have to turn these knobs off and on. And that's really what scalable immutability brings in. And that's good, because you are essentially going by this imperative framework, that you're essentially using that framework to actually deploy and manage your entire infrastructure. Now, this brings us to security in DevOps or DevSecOps, right? Now, DevSecOps is really all about, in my opinion, embedding security effectively into different stages of the life cycle, right? That is really, for me, DevSecOps. Now, this could have been done even before. Even before it was called DevSecOps, I know of companies, and I've been advising people to do DevSecOps, because security as a gatekeeper process never works, right? So which is why you need to have security embedded at different stages of the life cycle. Now, today, I'm going to be focusing on the DAST stage, right? So we're going to be looking at the DAST stage. Of course, I do have a lot to talk about, all these other stages in my training. I do a lot of DevSecOps training, but one of the things that I'm going to be focusing on extensively is the DAST part, because I'm going to be talking about ZAP and automation. So the idea here is that instead of these huge pen tests or these super efforts that we do once in 3 months, once in 6 months, once in a year or something, we want security to keep pace with the development lifecycle, right? So that you don't have this constant buildup of massive debt that you need to test or that you need to validate, and at the end of it, obviously, provide suboptimal and substandard results. So that's really what we want to achieve when it comes to DevSecOps. But again, we already have some issues. We definitely have issues. This is not it's not a walk in the park. It's not a cakewalk by any stretch of the imagination. So first of all, one of the challenges that most security tools present is that they are very, very opinionated, and they're very, not just opinionated, they're extensively diva-esque with their approach, right? They don't provide any great API. It gets very hard to integrate with these tools. It's almost like these tools want to be left alone, right? Most security tools have had this standard historical orientation that, hey, we want to be left alone. We will give you a dashboard. We will give you the tooling, and you know what, just leave us alone with our server, deploy us somewhere, leave us alone. We don't really want to play nice with anybody else. But today, of course, that's becoming a tougher story to sell, simply because every other tool is integrating into your DevOps cycle, and security tools are kind of getting left behind. Unfortunately, a lot of the DAST ecosystem is still suffering from this epidemic, right? Because you're seeing that DAST tools have very bad APIs. Most of the time, they don't have APIs at all. And even if they do have APIs, they have APIs for very basic things that allow you to, maybe start a scan, stop a scan, and something like that. They don't allow you to control most operational aspects of the tool with the API. And that's really what is the problem with a lot of DAST tools. Thankfully, ZAP was like a breath of fresh air in this space, because ZAP has historically been API first, right? So their APIs, I don't know how they've done it, but I mean, hands off to Simon and the core ZAP team. But the way they have really oriented themselves towards ZAP is that they've made ZAP API first, which means that ZAP by default supports the entire API lifecycle. It has its own API. And the API allows you to control extremely granular segments of what ZAP can do, even with the UI. So that is something I find to be amazing with ZAP, and that's what I have leveraged time and time again when I've used ZAP to integrate things. Right? That's basically what I have done. The other thing that we in security tend to forget about is this team called the QA team, or quality engineering team. Now, remember that one of the big challenges with DAST is essentially authentication and context, right? Now, let's say you have a single page app, or you're testing a web service, right? Now, when you have these two kind of scenarios, or even any other kind of modern application, chances are that you will not be able to run this with a spider, right? ZAP Spider or Burp Spider or any other tool that has a spider will not be able to do a good job of identifying URLs, because a lot of times these are dynamically generated. A lot of times you're dealing with web services where the URLs, you need to put in specific inputs to receive specific outputs. So what tends to happen is that your dynamic scanners are still not able to unlock the capability, even if they have great API like ZAP. They're not able to unlock the capability simply because you as a security team do not have access to QA tools, or do not have access to test automation, which is why you need to reach across the aisle and make friends with your QA folks, right? Because remember, what does QA do that you don't is QA essentially does test automation. Now, in most companies, this is like an extremely underutilized service. QA essentially churns out a ton of test automation, be it Selenium or Cypress or whatever you want, and nobody other than the QA team ends up using it. Now, my point is reach across the aisle and get them involved with your security testing process. Simply because, remember, they are doing the same thing. They are finding functional bugs, and bugs are bugs. Security bugs are just another class of bugs. So the idea here for you is to get them involved in processes that can help you actually drive your security testing in a much better way. And ideally have it in a way that it integrates with their own tools, or that comes into a custom fabric, which is much more easy to work with rather than the complexities of dealing with ZAP's API or any other API, right? So that is something that we want to do. And that's something I'm going to be talking about today, right? So when you have QA and when you want to use test automation, the first thing you need to do is essentially embrace this concept of test automation, because end of the day, that's what you're doing, right? So in test automation, what you're really doing is essentially running your automation through a proxy like ZAP. And once you run the automation through a proxy like ZAP, what you're really achieving is that once that automation is done running, ZAP can use the existing sessions and tokens and context and start running security tests against your application in a much more contextual way than it would be ever able to achieve with a spider, right? That's one of the big benefits of using ZAP in an extremely contextual way and leveraging test automation to do that, right? So with this, I'm going to be talking about a framework that I've been using for a while now. I'm going to be talking about a framework that I'm going to be using for a while now called the robot framework. Now, the robot framework is a pretty well-known test automation framework, right? Now, this is essentially in the class of something called acceptance test-driven development, essentially meaning that you can write acceptance tests for your stories or your user stories and essentially test it against that. However, when you actually look into robot framework, you will see that it's so much more than just test-driven or acceptance test-driven. You can use it as a generic automation framework for anything, right? Literally for anything. I have seen people control CNC lathe machines with robot framework. I have seen people control agricultural equipment with robot framework. Anything that has an API, robot framework you can integrate with and do some really cool automation, right? And that's really one of the things that I want to talk about today. And robot framework, as you can probably have imagined by now, especially with me talking about QA all the time, essentially it's a very popular QA framework. It's used by a lot of QA folks across the board, because remember, it is extremely simple to work with. It's very easy to work with. You can compose all your tests in natural language syntax. You don't have to think about, oh my God, this code, I'm struggling with code. Remember, not all of us are great at code. A lot of us may be struggling to understand what this means. So if you have something that's very approachable, very simple, it makes life a lot easier for you to extend its use cases to points where you can actually expand and increase your testing and, of course, your security testing capacities, right? Now, robot framework is essentially, I see this as an existing, I see this as sort of a continuation of the infrastructure as code movement, right? So you see Ansible, you see Kubernetes, all of this essentially bases itself on desired state. So you essentially have a manifest or a spec file of sort, and you run that spec file and it does something, right? It provisions your resources in a Kubernetes cluster, or it deploys a bunch of Lambda functions to AWS, or it creates a CloudFormation template for you to deploy in AWS or whatever it is, right? So these are not new. These have been around for a while, and they're going to continue being there. In fact, this is only going to get more and more extensively automated over time with CDK and so on. So robot framework essentially works on the concept of keywords, right? It works on the concept of keywords, and it works on the concept of test library. So what you really do is create something called a robot file. And let's explore what that file looks like. And let me show you what that file looks like. It actually looks trivially simple when you look at it. And you'll see that this is that easy to work with. So robot essentially looks like this, right? Your file, this is a robot file, right? This is actually a demo that I'm going to be doing very soon. You will see that this is a ZAP scan. What you're seeing in front of you here is a ZAP scan. And that's really it. And you see that this doesn't have some fancy code, or it doesn't have, essentially, it doesn't look daunting when you look at it, because a lot of APIs look daunting, right? A lot of times APIs look daunting. This does not, simply because you are using natural language syntax. You're using verbs and natural language syntax to express your test cases. So in this case, what's happening is, you see, is I have these test cases. One test case is called start ZAP, another one is called ZAP crawl, another one is called active scan, generate report, and ZAP die, right? So essentially, this is how robot framework is. You essentially have these test cases, and you have these keywords under these test cases, which run functions under the hood. So really, all the heavy lifting is being done by functions under the hood. But the idea here is that once you have a recipe like this, or a robot file like this, you can just reuse it and change a few parameters over, and you have a fully working script, which is really powerful stuff. So that is something that I'm going to be talking about. So robot framework allows you to create a lot of your specifications, your test automation in this natural language syntax that makes it so much more effective for you to actually extend your application security tests with your QA team. So you can actually integrate with them. Or even if you don't have a QA team, you can actually use this to run your ZAP automation or any other type of automation, and it makes life so much easier, right? It makes it so much exponentially easier. right? Let's talk about this. And of course, I'm going to be showcasing a couple of demos at the end of the talk. So I like it a lot. The reason I like it is natural language syntax. It's not daunting. It's not scary. It's achievable. It's approachable for people who are not necessarily the best developers. You don't have to be a developer. You don't even have to be a developer to know this. You just need to be able to understand logic and flow, and you should be in a much better position to actually run this. It's very easy to develop APIs on Robot Framework. So we've built out a ton of security tools on Robot Framework, or APIs for security tools on Robot Framework. And the ability to build these out is really easy because Robot Framework provides some very interesting and powerful APIs that you can leverage for this. It's modular, which means that each test case runs independently, and you can, of course, pass states between these test cases. But the idea here is that you can actually leverage a lot of this, in a very, very modular way. It comes with reporting out of the box. I hate reporting. I'm sure a lot of you watching this presentation hate reporting too. Now, when something like this has a lot of reporting and it has metrics and things like that, it's always useful because you are able to actually prove, and you're able to actually ensure that you actually have data for whatever you have tested and why you have tested the way you have tested. So it comes with a lot of reporting out of the box, and it comes with Python and Java support. And I don't know if you know this, but ZAP has an amazing Python SDK. I love using ZAP's Python API. And since I'm a Python developer, I write most of my code in Python. It's great for me that we have Python support. It also has Java support. So let's say you're one of those enterprise shops that has a lot of Java apps, and you want to use something like this in a much easier way with Java. Robot Framework comes with Java support as well. So that's something that I really like. And a Robot Framework essentially has a lot of third-party libraries that you can leverage. So not only can you do stuff like ZAP or whatever, you can actually pass your test automation through Selenium, proxy all of that through ZAP, and then run your ZAP script. So it becomes that much easy. So you will see that it has library support for pretty much any other test automation library like Selenium, it's Cypress, it has integrations with Appium. If you want to do mobile testing, it's got a massive set of third-party libraries that you can leverage to do any automation use case. Even if you want to test databases and things like that, you have third-party libraries that do this for you in Robot Framework. Right? And you have, like I said, a lot of external libraries. It has the support. And we at V45, we have created a lot of libraries that help you do the security tool aspect of it. Of course, ZAP being our favorite tool, we took up that first. In fact, our Robot Framework library is called RoboZap. You can actually check this out on GitHub. It's called RoboZap, and RoboZap has all the APIs and keywords that you can just use. You can just install RoboZap and you can start using these keywords. That's one of the most powerful things about something like RoboZap. So we've built out automations with Robot Framework for a lot of these tools, not only ZAP. As you can see, we've done a lot of DevSecOps work for our clients with this. So we've leveraged a lot of these open source tools and even some commercial tools. Of course, I'm not going to name them here, but a lot of them have been built for automation with Robot Framework. So that's specifically what we have done, right? So that's what we're focused on in terms of Robot Framework. So let's talk about what it is that we have done. I'm going to do a couple of demos and I'm going to show you how it works. So essentially, like I said, I started off with this. This is essentially a Robot Framework file, right? Every robot file, so you can think of this like a spec file or a test automation script, if you will, right? Now here you can have variables, you can have settings where you're importing some libraries. In this case, we're importing a library called RoboZap, and we're using this to actually test it out, right? Now here, like I said, you can actually run your entire test cases. You have all of your test cases written here, your test cases and the keywords. Now the keywords for any Robot Framework library are available within the library itself. So you don't have to rewrite your keywords. A lot of times, I've seen this with a lot of other test frameworks like BDD, where you have to keep reusing or rewriting the BDD syntax, or using the BDD syntax to to try and create these integrations. But with Robot Framework, you don't. You can just use an existing API and just rewrite. You don't even have to rewrite. You can just use those keywords and you're off to the races. So for instance, let me give you an example of what I'm talking about, right? So for instance, let's take this keyword, which is start headless ZAP, which means it's going to start ZAP in a headless mode. Remember, we're running this on a server or we're running this in some kind of CI tool. So running this headlessly makes a big difference. You need to run it headlessly. So we've implemented a function in the API called start headless ZAP. Start headless ZAP or start GUI ZAP. So let's say you want to use GUI ZAP, you can use this, but if you want to start headless ZAP, you can use this. So literally it's about just using these function names. And in most cases, libraries publish a list of keywords and you can just use those keywords and you're off to the races, right? It's that simple. And you can, of course, in this case, what we have done. So this is a very simple ZAP scan that we're doing. We're starting ZAP. We're setting that particular target in the context, in ZAP context. We're crawling it. We're using ZAP Spider. Although you must be thinking, okay, why are you using ZAP Spider? You told us not to use Spider. But I'm just giving you an example of what you can do with it. So I'm crawling with ZAP Spider. I'm doing an active scan. I'm generating a report. And then I'm shutting down ZAP. So basically, that's what's happening. And you can see that it's not very difficult to understand what is happening, right? Because all of it looks like English. It looks like somebody has written a document. So it makes it very easy. It makes it very approachable to even non-security folks, even security folks who are not used to development, QA folks who are used to Robot Framework. Remember, a lot of QA folks use Robot Framework already. So getting them used to something they already know makes a lot of difference. All right, so let's run this and let's see how it works exactly. I'm just going to quickly run this and show you how it works. So I'm going to start my app. So I'm going to be running an app inside in the lab environment itself. So this you can imagine to be any other app that you want to test with ZAP, right? That's the use case here. So I'm going to run this app first. Just give me a second while I figure out which one. Yeah, this is the one. So I'm going to start this app. This is going to run as a Docker container. So it's just going to run as a Docker container. This is one of the intentionally vulnerable apps that we've created for the purposes of demos. So I'm not testing a real app. So just want to be clear about that. And once we're done with starting up the app, so imagine, in fact, I've even created a GitHub action where you can do this every time you build a container, right? So it's really powerful stuff, what you can do with a robot framework as well. Right, so now we're running our application. So just to give you an idea, our application is running. I need a few minutes for the application to initialize. And we're going to be running this script. So what this is going to do is, this is a very traditional application. It runs on port, I think 9000. I think it runs on port 9000. Yeah, it runs on port 9000. And this is a very standard browser-based application, right? The applications that you and I have seen many times over. So if you look at port 9000, it should be running now. Yeah, it's actually, so you can see that it looks like a healthcare app, but it's actually a intentionally vulnerable app. So you'll see that this has a bunch of features. We're going to actually use ZAP against this application. Now let's actually run our robot script. So it's very simple to actually do that as well. I'm just going to invoke this script, right? So it's going to start ZAP. It's going to wait 30 seconds. It's going to load it into context. It's going to spider the app. It's going to do a very basic spider, and it's going to do a very basic active scan. I've set up the active scan to be a very simple, lightweight active scan. It's not going to do too much, right? It's not, because obviously I need this demo to work live. So I just want to make sure that it's not going to scan forever and ever. So I am running this. As you can see, it starts ZAP. And the cool thing about Robot Framework is that it gives you a lot of visual clues as to what's happening, right? You know what step is actually being done. It's very nice. It produces a bunch of very, very detailed reports at the end of this to actually tell you which step ran, which step took how much time. It also gives you information about what the nature of that particular step was. So it has all that information. So you can actually run you can get a lot of data from running this. And like I said, just like we're running this in a manual setting right now where I'm invoking this. But again, you can put this in any CI tool and like GitHub Actions or Jenkins or what have you, and you're after the races. You don't really need to worry about anything else. So that's one of the benefits of using Robot Framework. It can run quite easily. And of course, if you use a Docker container or something like that, it's much easier to work with as well. So here we're going to spider the app. You can see that all of this is being spidered. Now ZAP is running, by the way. So all of this is happening. Remember, ZAP is running headlessly. That's why you don't see a UI opening up. And since we're running it on a server, we don't even have the ability to do the UI. So you'll see that ZAP is spidering the app. It's probably going to find 14 or 15 URLs with some static JavaScripts and CSS and stuff like that. Now it's going to be active scanning, and this is going to take a little bit of time, but it's actually running a full-fledged active scan. So remember, ZAP's active scan actually fires payloads at your target to try and identify security issues, right? So every single time it actually runs these payloads. In fact, it also keeps printing the scan status, but I've not made that explicit. So it actually keeps looking for whether the scan is completed or not. So every 5 seconds, it's going to poll the scan status API. And this is the cool thing about ZAP, right? Like, you can literally control every single aspect of it with the API. I'm not touching the UI at all. All of this has been done with a bunch of wrapper APIs that I've implemented with the core ZAP Python API, right? So it's really powerful stuff, as you can see. And once we're done, you'll see that we can get a bunch of reports, including the ZAP report. So it actually, one of the test cases is that you're going to generate a ZAP report. This is going to generate a JSON report with ZAP's export report add-on, which is an add-on that you can download for ZAP. I like that add-on versus the ZAP default JSON report because it deduplicates some of the results. Now it's going to generate the report, and it's done, right? So within a few minutes, we were able to get a full-fledged ZAP scan working with 100% automation from the get-go. Right? Now, this is really powerful stuff. And you see that it produced a bunch of reports as well. So let's quickly have a look at the reports. First of all, the ZAP report that we generated in JSON is here, right? You can actually see the JSON ZAP report. So what you're seeing right now is one of our training labs that we have on AppSec Engineer. So that's why it entirely is on the browser. So you can see that ZAP has found some medium severity issues. Remember, ZAP didn't run for too long and we didn't authenticate to the target. We just spidered it. That's why you just got some medium severity findings, but you actually got a full-fledged ZAP report. But aside from that, you also see that Robot Framework produces its own set of reports, which are really cool, right? So you'll actually see that Robot Framework produces all of these data sets. It tells you how long it ran, how long the test took, how long did this particular thing take. So you'll see that the active scan times, you will start to see actually being populated here, every single attribute being populated here. It's very useful stuff to actually have this sort of report. And if you are using Jenkins or something like that, this is just published as an HTML within Jenkins, and you can use that right off the bat. So this is really powerful stuff simply because we were able to unlock ZAP's amazing API, but we were able to democratize it and make it much simpler because we have this Robot Framework wrapper on top of it. And if you thought this was all, there's another demo that I think will be really interesting. And I'm going to do that demo right now, again, with Robot Framework. Let's look into that demo and see what it is and what it does. So one of the things, like I said, now ZAP, like I said, is not the only tool that we have automated, right? As part of Robot Framework, we've written APIs for a lot of different Robot Framework, for a lot of different security tools. So I'm going to actually use Robot Framework to run a full security pipeline. So imagine that there was a CI pipeline, you would run a static analysis tool, a source composition analysis tool, a dynamic analysis tool, and then produce results for all of this and shut down, right? So imagine all of this being done in a single specification. I'm going to do that. The second thing I'm going to do, which might be interesting to a lot of you, is that I am going to run an authenticated ZAP scan, which means that I'm actually going to authenticate to the web service that I'm testing. I'm going to proxy all of this traffic through ZAP. Once I proxy all of this traffic through ZAP, I'm going to run my ZAP scan, and then you will see that the results are much better than in this case where I had to actually spider and not authenticate, right? So let's look at that example and let's see what's happening here. So this is a Node.js example that I'm talking about. Meantime, let me just set it up to run and then explain the code. Just give me a second here. Yeah, so this is actually a pretty huge application. It's a pretty huge web service that has a MongoDB database and it has a Node.js API and all of that. So here you will see that I am running a full end-to-end security test automation script, which means I'm running SAST, I'm running source composition analysis, I'm using ZAP, and I'm authenticating to the web service with ZAP, and I'm also doing an active scan after that, generating a report of all of this, and then shutting down the entire system, right? So you'll see that it's really powerful stuff. So let's look at the tools I'm using. I'm using Node.js Scanner, which is a pretty popular static analysis tool for Node.js. I'm using NPM Audit, which is a Node.js-based source composition analysis tool. Then the more interesting part for you ZAP fans is essentially this, right? Where I'm essentially authenticating to the application. So I'm authenticating to the web server, and then I am using the token, and I'm using the authenticated token in subsequent requests. In this case, I'm only making one authenticated request, but I could actually do this throughout the entire thing. So let's say I have a bunch of test automation scripts, I can actually binding them together and proxy all of this through ZAP, right? All of this traffic is automatically proxied through ZAP because I'm using the headless ZAP API and I'm initializing it with ZAP. So you'll see that somewhere here at the header, I'm actually proxying all of this through the ZAP port. My ZAP port runs on port 8090. My application is actually running on port 5000. So you can actually see that this test is going to be run as a fully authenticated scan. So let's actually run this. It's going to be fun. So I am going to run this very simple. Again, as always with Robot Framework, you'll see that it starts with the static analysis tool. It should take a little bit of time because it has to download all the dependencies from Docker. And once it's done, it's going to run the static analysis tool. It's going to run the source composition analysis tool. It's going to run ZAP. It's going to run the whole 9 yards and come back with all of these results. And every time it does all of this, it's going to start writing those tool results into this results directory here on the side, right? So it actually has all of that capability. So just give it a bit. Yeah, you can see that Node.js scan is run, and you see that it's already produced these results here. You will see that it's found a bunch of security issues, including SQL injection, whatever, right? It's found a bunch of security issues. Now we're running it against the dependencies, all the packages that we're using in the Node.js application. We're going to run a dependency scanner against it to see what kind of vulnerabilities that we have. Then it's going to start ZAP, which is the hero of the show. It's going to start ZAP, but this time it's not going to crawl. Remember, we're going to actually run an authenticated scan, and that's really it. It's really powerful stuff, as you can see. So it's going to initialize ZAP, and finally it's going to also authenticate and then run an active scan and then write the report and shut down. So this is one of the, so this is a full pipeline, as you can see. This is what you have as a full-fledged security pipeline. And you can run this in GitHub Actions, you can run this wherever you want, and it would work quite efficiently wherever you run it. So you'll see that it's going to load it into context, and then we're going to have an active scan triggered. So it actually, you see that this is the authenticated part of the scan. It actually authenticates to the service and then searches for some in the currency lookup service. It's a web service that it looks for, generates reports, and it's done, right? It actually is done. The entire pipeline is done running. And it was able to be pretty efficient because we were not crawling it, right? We were not spidering it. We were only authenticating and running. So it's really powerful stuff. And you'll see that the ZAP report has been published here. You see that ZAP found SQL injection. It found a bunch of other issues. This was because it was able to actually, remember, authenticate to the API. And that's why it found what it found, right? Because it was able to authenticate to the currency lookup service, and as a result, we found a SQL injection bug in here. Otherwise, it wouldn't have found it because we only authenticated. It actually found it, and of course, it has your Node.js scan results. It has your dependency results. You'll see those have a bunch of security issues as well. You see that many of them have pretty serious security issues. So, in conclusion, what I really want to say is that with ZAP, one of the things that I like to work, especially with ZAP, is that, or any dynamic analysis or any application security tool, is that you want to democratize the process of running it. The more you have, you try and keep it within a silo, or you make it more difficult to work with, it becomes more difficult for you to scale your DevSecOps process, right? So that's what you don't want to do. You don't want to keep it in a silo. You want to be able to unlock its capability. And ZAP is really powerful API. You should be able to unlock it. And things like this. So I consider Robot Framework a domain-specific language because it essentially allows you to compose your test cases, your test automation in a certain way. So it has certain construct. So I think of it like a DSL, right? And you don't have to write your own DSL with Robot. You just have to use an existing Python API and you're off to the races. So it makes adoption of test automation along with security testing much easier than a very traditional case of even using ZAP's API, which is already pretty good. But with this, it can get supercharged in a way that you can get some great gains out of your DevSecOps process. So this is the stuff I teach in a lot of my classes. So this is some of my research, and I hope you enjoyed it today. Thank you so much for my talk, and I really hope you found it useful. And I'll be happy to take any questions after this. Thank you very much.
Awesome. Thank you, Abhay, for a great session. Everybody in the Discord channel, let's give Abhay virtual claps in the Discord channel.
Thank you. Thanks so much.
Good information. Yeah.
Thank you.
I picked up. There were so many questions in Discord. I picked up a couple.
Yeah,
of them.
I should see that. Yeah.
And I know you were trying to answer some of them, but let me ask you one thing first that kind of sets up this DevSecOps idea. What do you think some of the things or behaviors that are making security teams not be able to keep up with developers? Like that's something you hit early in the talk is security teams trying to keep up with the speed of DevOps. What do you think some of those anti-pattern behaviors are today that are preventing people from doing that?
Yeah, that's a good question. So yeah, there are a few things that I can think of. So one definitely is that developers want any kind of workflow close to what they're doing, right? So you don't want security to be this mythical beast. You want it to be a bug, just like any other bug. So they want it close to their workflow. So using APIs, using workflows that they already use, things like GitHub Actions, things like Jenkins, whatever is their existing set of workflows, integrate with that first, right? They are your customers, right? So the way I see it is developers are your customers, so might as well work with them and make it as smooth as possible for them to fix bugs that eventually can come and blow up in your face. So that's really, that would be my number one thing. The other thing, of course, is do not get fixated on this concept of a single CI/CD pipeline. And a lot of people are fixated on the concept of CI/CD. It has to be within the pipeline, otherwise it's not DevSecOps. So don't create monocultures in DevOps and DevSecOps. Have feedback loops, have ability to be flexible with your teams because different teams do it differently. Have the ability to be flexible and at the same time get collaborative results. So that's really two things that I can think of.
Awesome. Abhay, where did you the robot framework stuff that you were talking about here is really, really cool. Where were you first using that? Where you were like the light bulb turned on and went, hey, I could use this with ZAP.
Yeah, that was interesting. I was looking at BDD. BDD is behavior-driven development. For those of you who are not familiar with that, that's another natural language syntax kind of. I was always interested in automation, so this was right off the bat. Automation was my jam, like 2015 or so. I really started. So after pen testing, I really realized that I was much better off actually doing automation and kind of scaling automation. So I looked at BDD first and Gherkin and things like that. And while that works for a lot, I realized that it didn't really work for me because you can't reuse stuff. For me, reusability is a big part of getting things done. And robot for me became so powerful because I saw it and somebody had mentioned it on Twitter or somewhere, and I just saw it and it instantly worked because for me it was Python and I'd already done a lot of work with ZAP and Python, and I just had to extend those APIs to make it robot framework compliant, and you could use these test cases. So I could literally just copy paste test cases from one file to another file, and then you are off to the races. And like I said, with robot, you have a lot of third-party stuff. You have Selenium, you have Appium, and you can just integrate that with ZAP itself. You can just intermingle all these recipes and make it a very interesting concoction. So that's where I was working with robot framework. So it just, it emerged for me as an alternative to BDD, and it kind of took off from there. So that's where we started using it in my company. Yeah.
Yeah, that's awesome. My Discord doppelganger, the other Scott G, also asked about seeing lots of teams moving into GitHub Actions and using the principle of the last scan kind of counts. Any thoughts on how to layer that testing using GitHub Actions versus Jenkins pipeline? And I think this is really interesting because as security professionals, we oftentimes don't think about how to leverage pipelines that we already have in place for stuff like scheduling. Like you could wire all this up in pipelines to schedule scans and integrate with development processes to schedule or to run scans as build processes. But what are some of your thoughts there?
So yeah, GitHub Actions is great because it gives you an existing set of existing constructs to already work with. So I've already done a lot of work with Robot Framework and ZAP and GitHub Actions as well. So it's quite straightforward to get started with. And in terms of the last scan piece, so you leveraging GitHub Actions, leveraging different types of workflows make a lot of sense. Writing it back to GitHub as issues make a lot of sense because that way the developers automatically have that that immediate feedback as soon as that pipeline is run. One of the things you can do with GitHub, if you don't want to run ZAP as every pipeline job, you can schedule it like we just said, right? Just schedule it on a nightly thing, saying that every week or every night you run ZAP and this package that into a. In fact, there was one job that I ran where we packaged it into a Docker container, deployed that on an AWS instance, ran ZAP against it, published the reports into the issues as a scheduled task on GitHub Actions. So yeah, definitely, it makes a lot of sense. I find GitHub Actions to be much more friendly than most other CI tools. Although, I mean, of course, it does have its own kinks, but I find it a lot more easy to work with than a lot of other CI tools.
Yeah, totally agree. I think GitHub's Actions is, like, if you don't know CI/CD systems and all that stuff, learning GitHub Actions and how that works and kind of getting familiar with that is a really, really good step into partnering with development teams, right? Because that's what they do all day anyway. Yeah. Understanding how they use their workflow is super important.
Yeah.
Abhay, thank you so much for your time, for your session today. Your session was a little long, but I thought it was so great. We let it go a little long. We're going to try to start. We're going to try to start the next session right on time, but we're going to take a little 2-minute break. Let people get some water or some coffee or Red Bulls if you're up late like Abhay is, or whatever you need. And then we'll start the next one at 10 after. So we'll just take a little 2-minute break. If you have more questions for Abhay, hit him up in the Discord channel. He'll be in there. I don't know how long you're going to be up since it's nighttime where you are, Abhay, but that's a long-lived thing. You keep asking questions as you watch through this recording or watch it later on YouTube, which we will publish. We just haven't figured out when the timing is. And then keep asking him questions. And Abhay, I'll ask you to do me a favor. And if you can, put the slides in that channel too, and I'll pin them at the top. And then people can use some of those slides in some of their internal stuff if they need to.
All right. Got it. Yeah. Thanks so much, Scott. Thanks so much. Yeah. And thanks for having me in ZAPCon.
Awesome. Thank you. So we're going to take a 2-minute break here, and then we're going to get back with Simon Bennetts, the lead of ZAP.
Hello again. Once more, it's me, Simon Bennetts. I'm ZAP Project Lead, in case you didn't know. And today I'm going to be talking about the all-new ZAP Automation Framework. And I suppose the very first question some of you might have is, why have we got a new automation framework? And that's a very good question, because I mean, ZAP is known for having being a particularly good tool, security tool for automating. So we have various options, but as you'll see, they're not perfect. So we've got the command line. So you can run ZAP from the command line. There's a -cmd option, and ZAP will run in line, and it will do a spider and attack whatever you point it at. This is all very well, but it's very limited options, so there isn't a great deal you can do with that. It's not very configurable. We do have the package scans. These are much more configurable, and a lot of you are already using them, but they're still not ideal. And that's because there's lots of different ways for configuring them. So we have the command line options you can pass to ZAP. We also have a configuration file for the rules, and they're not particularly standard, and they are confusing. And the package scans are, for historical reasons, completely tied to Docker. And there's no reason for that apart from history. So they should be able to run just the same way if they're any other container, or if they were actually done from the command line. It's just for historical reasons, they were implemented in Docker. We have other options. There is a Jenkins plugin, but that is now no longer supported. So we don't recommend that it's actually used. And finally, we have the daemon and API. And in fact, this is what the package scans use themselves. And so that's very flexible. But if you actually want to start using them, the API is much harder to understand. It doesn't hold your hand very much. You have to go through and do everything one step at a time. It's as if you were actually using the ZAP desktop. So you have to be very explicit in exactly what you want to do. So it's for this reason we've decided to create an all-new ZAP automation framework. And this is different than the other options because it runs entirely in ZAP. So it's going to be controlled by a completely new add-on. But it is very easy to extend. So any other ZAP add-on can plug into it. This makes it much easier for us to develop it and maintain it. And also, it's got much more simple configuration. There's going to be one YAML file which defines everything that you will do as part of an automation run. So there is actually, at the moment, there is no UI for the automation framework. It is all done from the command line. At some point, we are planning we'll probably have a UI, but at the moment, there isn't one. So instead, what you need to do is you'll need to run it from the command line. And when you run it from the command line, you'll find there are 4 options that are specific to the automation framework. The first one is the important one, auto run. So you specify a YAML file, and ZAP will then run the automation jobs that are defined in that file. Then we have 3 commands for generating those files. So we've got a kind of autogen min, which generates a template automation file with what we think are the essential parameters that you're most likely to want to change. Then we've got an autogen max, and this will generate the template file with all of the parameters, or nearly all of them. We might have a few which we kind of keep hidden or don't show you by default. And then we've got an option for generating the the template based on your current configurations. Now, this is something that we probably will put into the UI as well, the last one, because what that would mean is you would then be able to set up the ZAP desktop, get everything working the way you want, and then export your configurations in a template file for the automation framework. So this is an example, a very simple example of the minimal YAML configuration file. So we have an environment, and you have to have at least one context, but that's very simple. You just give it a name and a URL, and then you define a set of jobs. And this is kind of minimum set that would be kind of useful. This is where we're doing the standard spider. We're waiting for the passive scan to complete, and then we're running a report. So as you can see, at a very basic level, it's very simple. But what I want to do now is show you some demos and show you something that's a little bit more realistic. So I am just going to switch over. And what I want to do is show you the minimal configuration. So if you run that option to generate the minimal configuration, you'll get something like this. This will be changing over time. The automation framework is still at a very early stage, but you'll get something like this. Basically, get one context, and for that you need to define a URL, but you will be able to have include and exclude paths as per the standard ZAP configuration. And there'll be authentication, although that's not implemented yet. Then there'll be a set of parameters, and you'll have options like being able to fail if there's an error or fail if there's a warning, and actually outputting any progress to standard out. Then we have the set of jobs, and there'll be a number of jobs, including you'll actually be able to define add-ons. So these are add-ons that aren't included in your ZAP install by default. So you can actually install and uninstall add-ons, and you can also check for updates and auto-update ZAP from within this job. Then we have a job here for configuring the passive scanner. So we can configure things like the maximum number of alerts per rule that gets raised, whether only scanning in scope, the maximum body size, all the things you can configure via the ZAP desktop and the command line parameters. Then we have the spider, so the standard spider, and by default, it will use the first context that has been defined, but if you've defined more than one context, you can specify which one, and you can specify a URL. So you can actually start spidering from a different URL than the top of the context. And we've got options for checking the number of URLs that have been found and failing or warning if you're finding less than you expect. And this is something that we couldn't do very easily with existing automation options. We could report these kind of things, but you couldn't easily kind of fail a job if you weren't finding as many URLs as you expect. Then we've kind of got the maximum duration, depth, and maximum children, or standard ZAP spider configuration. Then after running after running the spider, we can wait, and you can actually specify either it'll wait until the passive scan is finished, or you can put the number of minutes in there. So this is very much like the baseline scan. And we've got the active scan here, so you can actually specify how long rules and the scans, maximum duration for any of those. And again, it will by default run against the first context. You can specify a different context or a different URL. And then we've got some options for reporting. So that is the minimal configuration that we think is useful. But I've got the kind of maximum configuration, and this will definitely change. We're going to have lots more options coming here, but this will just give you an idea of the kind of things. So you'll see under the spider, there are a lot more options, which you'll recognize if you've played around with the spider options, and active scanning again. So these are all of the parameters you'll find in the standard ZAP options via the desktop, but all exposed within one YAML file to make it much easier. And we will have descriptions so you can actually get an idea of what you're changing. So those are the files, but what I want to do is actually run one of these scans for you. So I've got some scripts set up. So I've got a very simple script, and all this does, so it's starting ZAP up on a Mac. So that's how you start ZAP on the Mac. We've got this auto run option, and then we have that is the YAML file, and I'm running command. So just running the ZAP on the command line rather than actually starting the desktop or anything. So I will kick that off, and it'll only take a minute or so, but while it's running, I might as well actually get in and show you what this one looks like. So in this case, the context is budget, so we're running against budget, running locally. and not actually updating any add-ons at the moment, defining the maximum number of rules. And you can see here that you can actually override passive scan rules. So here we're setting the private IP disclosure to high, and you can see it's actually finished because it popped up the report. What we can see now is got the spider parameters, just setting things like passing comments. Passive scanning, I was only waiting for 1 minute. And you can see down here in reporting, I've got this display option, which you're probably not good by default, it's false. But I just put it in there so that I can use it for demos. And that's why we had this report, which came up. And you'll see that it's a fairly standard ZAP report. So it's found, there's no high levels because we're not doing any active scanning. But, it does the baseline scan. So after doing that, I will just show you the active scan script that I've got, and that is going to be very similar, but I'll kick it off anyway. You can actually see here that because I was reporting things on the command line, you can see that we're running the jobs, we're running the passive scanner configuration, we're running the spider, saw how many URLs it found, etc., etc. So I'll kick off the active scan this time. And if we have a look at this, this is very similar. But what I've done is, you'll see I've actually got this policy definition, and I've turned all of the rules off. And this is because it'll actually take some time if we're running ZAP with all of the rules enabled. So I've turned them all off, and then I've configured the cross-site scripting reflected to be back to medium. So that means we've only got one active scan rule enabled. So as you can see, this is much easier than the configuration, much more standard than the configuration that you would get from the package scans. And here you can see we've actually now found a cross-site scripting vulnerability. So hopefully you'll see that this is a very simple configuration. So if you want to just get things, when you want to start playing around with it, it's very easy. But all of the ZAP configurations are there, or will be there in time. So you'll be able to have full control, and you'll be able to do things like you can actually run the spider multiple times, or the active scanner multiple times. So you might want to run the active scanner on a particular profile. So you do a very simple scan of everything, and then you run it again with, say, cross-site scripting at a higher level, something like that. Or you could actually run the active scanner on a separate part of your application compared with what you're running the spider against. So it will be very flexible. Those are the demos I showed you. And what I want to say is which core features will be supported. So seen there, passive scanning, we've got configuration and waiting for it to complete. Traditional spider is going to be supported. Active scanning, actually I should have mentioned the add-ons as well. So you'll be able to download and install add-ons all as part of this framework. We will have support for authentication, not in the first version, but that's clearly something a lot of people want. So that's going to be coming very soon. But then add-ons will be supported as well, and any add-on can support the authentication the automation framework. But we will be targeting the Ajax Spider and then the the API-based add-ons, so Open API, SOAP, and GraphQL. So it will be all of these will be supported very soon. I can't tell you exactly when they'll be supported. As you might have noticed, I'm actually running this. We're recording this before the conference, so not sure exactly what's going to be in by the time we release it, but hopefully most of these will be there. So one thing you probably want to know is, when can you try it out? And you can try it out right now. So it's on the ZAP Marketplace. It's called the Automation Framework, but make sure you update all of the add-ons, other add-ons too. And that is because the add-ons will have to be updated to support this framework, and therefore you want to download those in order to pick up those features. Lastly, I want to say that feedback will be very much appreciated. Now, that was actually quite a short session, but there's a reason for that, and that's because I've got something else that I want to announce. And that is, you might have noticed that there was reporting included in that, and those who've played around with ZAP reporting, you might have seen it didn't look quite the same as the standard reporting. And that's because we have a problem with ZAP reporting. It is very basic. The core functionality hasn't changed since Paros days, and we have 3 reporting add-ons on the marketplace, but unfortunately, none of them are really being actively maintained. We've known this is a problem for some time, but we haven't had a chance to do anything about it. This is now the time to do something about it, because there is now a 4th add-on, which should be on the marketplace by the time you see this, and this one will be officially maintained. So how is this different? Basically, we're using a new way of generating the add-ons. So previously we used XML and XSLT, and it was possible to put in your own templates, but I'm not sure if anyone did, and it was quite complicated. I did try playing around with creating new templates, and it was quite painful. So we are now using an open source templating library called Timeleaf, which is very flexible and very powerful. So it supports the automation framework. So where you saw the reporting job, that was not being generated by the core or by the reporting by the automation framework add-on itself. This is the new reporting add-on which supports the automation framework. The initial focus is very much on the infrastructure. So we're trying to put in place all of the features that we know you want. As some of you all know, we had a questionnaire go out recently, and a lot of you filled that in, explain the kind of features you're looking for. And what we've done is we've taken that on board, and the idea is we want to make sure that the new reporting framework will support all of the things that you want. So the kind of things we want to support, the formats, HTML, Markdown, JSON, XML, and PDF. And very flexible alert filtering. That's something that's clearly important to you. And we want to make sure that you can create very pretty reports using external resources like images and JavaScript files. So it will have additional features that are unlike the what's available at the moment. And one thing, it will be easy to customize. And I will show you that in a little bit. And it will also support internationalization. And most importantly, it should be able to include any data at all from ZAP. This is very different from the existing reporting where there's only a very limited amount of data. It's basically the alert data and nothing else. What this framework will allow us to do is actually pull any information you like from ZAP. This might not be available immediately, but we intend to make sure that any data that you won't be able to get hold of, you will be able to do so. So here we have an example HTML report, or it's part of one, but I actually want to show you the whole thing. So I will just switch back to Atom, and hopefully here we will have the report template. And as you'll see, it is HTML and CSS and all those wonderful things. But you will see there are these kind of other elements. So this is Timeleaf here. And what this means is we can put these kind of tags in. And in this case, this is actually replacing the report title. So even though it's got report title in there and you can play around with whatever HTML designer you want, when it comes to generating the report, ZAP and Timeleaf will replace that with the relevant title. And if we scroll down, then what we'll find is that there are a whole load of other elements. So see here, we've got this summary of alerts, but actually what we're doing is we're pulling the value from a configuration file, because these reports can be internationalized. So if we have a translation of that, we can put that into whatever language we like. And you'll also see that we can do things, so we can actually loop through the description here. We're splitting it into an array based on the new line, and just so that we can actually put in a break unless we're on the last element. And all of this stuff is defined in Timeleaf, so you don't have to rely on our documentation for these kind of things. And if I scroll down a bit more, you can see you've got things like loops. So we can actually loop through the numbers 3 to 0. This is where we actually put out the different risks, the counts per risk. And where the things are tricky, we've actually got helper available, so we can convert that risk ID into a risk string. And what you'll also see is that what we're doing is when we get to putting out the alerts, what we're doing is we're looping through the alert tree. So what we've done is the alert tree that you see in the ZAP desktop is available to the reporting infrastructure. So it is able to actually loop through and pull any information it likes from there. So what you'll have seen before, when I showed you these reports, they looked pretty similar to the existing ZAP ones, but there is a subtle difference to the one here. I actually used a different template. And one of the things we found is that people have really asked for getting more information in the reports, including things like requests and responses. So we've got a separate template here, and you'll see you can actually show and hide the request and response. So if I click on that, it will then be expanded. So we've got all of the information available. Now this information comes from ZAP, but it's actually in the HTML. The reason we've put it behind this kind of show hide thing is because otherwise it was very difficult to read the report. But with different templates, you'll be able to display this information in any way you want. But this is just an example of showing the power of this templating infrastructure that we will have. Now, you might think that these reports are not very pretty, and you're right. And that is because it's early days for the reporting infrastructure. And also, I don't think designing very pretty reports is one of the strengths of the ZAP core team, particularly not myself. And that is why we are going to have a ZAP reporting competition. So this is the third thing I'm announcing here. So we've got the automation framework, we've got the new reporting add-on, and now we've got a reporting competition. So the idea is we will be paying out $100 for every HTML or PDF template that we include with ZAP. And we're looking to kind of aim to accept around 10, but that'll be, plus or minus. So we're not going to have hundreds of different templates, but we do want to have around 10, but we want them to look different styles, but we do want them to be practical. And full details of this will be in a new ZAP blog post, which will be coming very soon. I don't know if it'll be out yet. I said I'm recording this beforehand, but it will be coming very soon. And the whole idea is we want you to come up with the great looking reports, and we want you to be able to include whatever information you think ZAP users will find useful. And so we'll be sharing information about the results of the questionnaire we had recently, and we'll have full links about how you can actually use the Timeleaf templating language, how you can get hold of the information that's already available from ZAP, and you can ask us for any other information that you want from ZAP. So I said, have a look on the ZAP blog post, on the ZAP blog. Very soon, we'll be advertising this on the user group and the developer group, try and make a big noise about it, but we would love to see what you can come up with. And that is it for me. Thank you very much for listening. Hope you like the sound of those things, and please join us on the ZAPCon Discord server, where I'll try and answer any of your questions.
Cool. Thank you, Simon. It's so awesome to see a bunch of new things coming to fruition in ZAP, the automation framework, and then the new reporting template engine and the reporting competition. So much Bitcoin availability. I don't know if we actually support or it's going to support Bitcoin. I saw everyone's comments in Discord. Simon, the automation framework, when's that going to be ready for production?
Ooh, go on, start with easy questions. Not. So that's a really good question. It's available right now, so you can download it. I wouldn't use it in production just yet, but I'd love people to play around with it and see what it's like and see how well it works, and let us know what's missing and what you need us to implement, because it is early days and we know that there will be extra things. There'll be things, there's a whole lot of things we've thought of. So we've got documentation, which is published already. So I've just put that, we've just put that on zaproxy.org. So we've got docs there, and there's a link somewhere to the tracker issue where there's a lot of things we know we need to do, but I'm sure people will come up with other things that will suddenly be like, of course we need to do that, and that'll have to go in. So it will be ready when it's ready. We'll obviously announce all these things on the ZAP user group. So join that if you haven't already. We'll probably tweet about them as well. But hopefully what we'll be able to do is actually start replacing some functionality in the Docker package scans. So what I'm hoping we'll be able to do is actually start in the weeklies, actually using the automation framework for the Docker, for the package scans in some cases. There's some cases we won't be able to, but we'll kind of do a gentle rollover is the plan.
Awesome. That brings me to another question. Somebody was asking, does the automation framework work in the Docker scans and in the headless scan and in the desktop scan, and where can people expect that to work?
Well, the intention, the way we expect people to use it is from the command line with the -cmd option. So that way, ZAP, you don't get the desktop and you don't put ZAP in daemon mode either. It just runs in line, completes all the jobs and finishes. However, this will work in desktop as well. So if you want to test it out and see what's actually going on or debug things, you can do it that way. It does not depend on Docker, but it will, of course, run in Docker. But it'll also, one of the advantages of this framework is it'll run in any other container sort of technologies as well. So it's not restricted to Docker. You don't need Docker at all, which you did with the package scans, but it will work with Docker. And actually, we've just released the ZAP weekly release, and it's included. So we've got both the automation framework and the reporting in this week's weekly release. So you can have a play with it right now.
Awesome. So definitely feedback and suggestions for code improvements and all that good stuff.
Absolutely, yes.
Super well supported. That brings me to another point. We were talking, someone was mentioning screen readers in the chat, and basic, having those reports be kind of A11Y compliant or compatible or whatever term you'd like to use for ADHD, or not ADHD, ADA compliance, that kind of stuff. In the States, it's ADA. What kind of things are you thinking about with A11Y features?
Absolutely. I'm so glad that was mentioned. It's one of those things that we're kind of aware of, but it's not something which forefront in our minds. So it's great to be reminded of these things. And it's really ideal timing, because with the reporting competition, the blog post isn't quite ready yet. We're still working on that. But that's going to be a requirement. We want to make sure that all of the ZAP reports, the new format reports, are completely compatible with screen readers. We know people use the ZAP desktop with screen readers, and it works to some extent, but it could be better. And we're trying to improve that. But the reports is one case, particularly as we're adding new ones now. That'll be an ideal time to make sure they are conform to all the latest standards.
Awesome. I know we were making a joke right before we came on stage here about the Hollywood report and the Hollywood interface for ZAP. Obviously, if anyone has a great idea, awesome graphic designers, they could contribute that, right?
Absolutely. I mean, we want the example reports we ship with ZAP, we want them to be really good quality, practical ones people will want to use. But if someone comes up with a great Hollywood report, it would be a shame not to include it. So absolutely, it's bring it on.
Yeah, someone needs to include the 3D.js library and make the whole thing fly through, and
Well, I am actually a fan of virtual reality. So, if you can,
Hey, there you go.
if you can have a report, I can look at it in VR. Then, absolutely, that'll be a
Awesome.
winner in my book.
Anybody got any questions for Simon in the Discord chat? I'm happy to try to answer them here. I know there was a lot of questions that flew by. I tried to grab some of them.
Yeah, I'm just getting this. I've got another screen here. I'm just seeing them.
Yeah.
Scroll past.
It's really good.
Dark theme. Oh yeah, we should have dark theme reports, definitely.
Cool. Simon, what do you think the timeline is? Obviously, people giving back to the project about automation framework to make it better and better and better is going to be super important. But what do you think as it stands now, what do you think your timeline estimation is for it's pretty ready to be used in a production environment?
I mean, the thing is, what it does well. This is one of the first times with ZAP, we traditionally haven't had a lot of unit tests. We've been trying to change it, trying to add them. And this is the first time I've had a really juicy development to get stuck into, and the unit tests for the automation framework are above 80% coverage. So it's one of these things like, okay, right, let's try and do this really properly. What the automation framework does so far, it does well, it does effectively, and it's doing the things under the covers that ZAP does anyway. So it's doing all the active scanning, spidering. We haven't changed those things, we're just driving them in a subtly different way. So I'm pretty confident about those things. It all comes down to what people want control over. And that's there's some basic things that the authentication, that's going to be a key one. Mm-hmm. Things like saving the session, you can't even save the session right now. So, people are going to want to do that. But there are certain, we could look at the package scans and we could basically tell that if people select certain options or haven't selected certain options, we'll be able to actually put the automation framework into the package scan and use that instead. That's kind of one of the approaches. But, we've only just released this. We want feedback. We want people to play around with it, but I'm hoping we'll be able to get to a beta release quite quickly. We want to find out what people want. We'll start working through what we think the most important things are, and then we'll ask people and try and get more feedback and say, what do you really want to have in place before you can use it, and then we'll prioritize those things.
Yeah, awesome. I know we've talked about I would just want to make sure everyone knows what we're talking about when we say the ZAP user group. Like, that's been mentioned in Discord a couple of times and sometimes on this chat. And just want to make sure that everyone knows that that's a Google group. And if you want to find it, you can find it when you go to the community tab on zaproxy.org. Any other feedback about that thing?
Yeah, but we have a hidden menu item on ZAP on the desktop. It's not really hidden, it's there, it says online, but no one seems to find it. But if you go to the online menu item in ZAP, then it's got a link to the user group, the developer group, zaproxy.org, all these good places. So yeah, find it via zaproxy.org or via the ZAP desktop.
Awesome. And then for those that don't know, StackHawk and Simon have been doing this ZAP deep dive series on YouTube. So Simon every couple weeks or every couple weeks, it's been intermittent while we're working on ZAPCon. But every couple of weeks we publish, Simon does a deep dive on ZAP with the StackHawk engineering crew. And I'm sure Automation Framework will make its way into that series at some point. But if you ever want to get to a point where you're like, I don't understand how authentication works or how the spider works or the active scan works, Simon has done a great job of recording kind of 30-minute videos. We put them up on the StackHawk YouTube page. Feel free to go check those out. Ask questions in the comments. Subscribe to that page and get notifications for when we publish new versions of them, all that good stuff. And someone just dropped a link to that in the Discord channel. I haven't seen any other questions in Discord other than how to comment false positives. That would be great stuff to get feedback about, like how would you expect that to work and what do you want it to look like, especially in kind of those automated scan frameworks. But I think that's Simon. You got anything else?
Yeah, with false positives, we do have on the zaproxy.org, there's frequently asked questions, and that is one of those. It's how do we handle false positives? How do we handle false negatives? All those good things. So have a look at the facts. We've got those. And with the deep dive, I think my plan actually tomorrow is to record the one on the reporting add-on. Because I realized I didn't actually show the reporting add-on at all, and that has a GUI. So I'll show that, the state it's in, and go into that in a bit more detail.
Awesome. Yet another video for me to edit.
You're so good at it, you know. You got nothing else to do now that ZAPCon's finished, have you?
Awesome. Simon, everybody in Discord, please give Simon a thank you, a virtual clappy thank you. So much good information. We're going to wrap this session up. We're going to take a break. Our next session should start at the top of the hour on mobile application security with Ankush and Milan, which is also a really, really cool talk. And then we'll have Q&A with them as well. So that's it. That mobile application start at 9:50 Pacific time. I think the slide is going to say something else when we're during the break. But I think that's it. Simon, thank you so much. And we'll catch everybody on the next topic about mobile application security testing with ZAP, which is also really, really cool.
Thank you, Scott. Thank you all.
So, hi everyone. We are pleased to present our topic at ZAPCon. As ZAP is one of the open source tool with having great community support and huge community base. One of my favorite. So let's start our session. First of all, who are we? So myself, Ankush Mohanty. This is my Twitter ID. If you want, then you can follow me. Otherwise, not. So I am a security analyst, having more than 6 years of industry experience, and I have been initiated the OWSP Cuttack chapter at my regional area. So during my student career, I was a bug hunter also. And I am very much interested in drones and SDR software defined radios. Those are my areas. So my co-host is Milan. Milan, could you introduce yourself?
Hello everyone, I am Milan Sen. Currently I am working as a security architect and I am into application security field almost since 2010. So that's a long time actually. I joined OWSP Cuttack chapter in 2018. I have been a member of it since. And also, apart from application security or mobile security, I'm also interested into hardware and IoT security as well. So that's just a brief introduction about me.
Okay, so I think we all introduced ourselves. So let's initiate our topic. These are some main points we'll cover in this session. So first we'll show how to set up OWSP ZAP with various environment like iOS and Android. Those are the two most known environments, mobile device environments. Prerequisites, what are the necessary stuff we need to set up this scenario and configuration. Configuring OWSP ZAP with iOS device and configuring OWSP ZAP with Android device. And we will explain whether we should go with emulator or not. Then how we can analyze the traffic of mobile application with the server using OWSP ZAP. So these are some points. This is our basic setup. How we are means how the this scenario, this setup is going on, means how the OWSP ZAP can intercept the traffic between mobile device and mobile server, and we can analyze those traffic for finding vulnerabilities. And even ZAP has some capability to finding some vulnerabilities. So this is the and one most important point is mobile device and the system, desktop / laptop, where the OWSP ZAP installed should be in the same network. Okay. So so the prerequisite is first, as we are presenting OWSP ZAP, so we need to install the OWSP ZAP in a compatible system. So there are three systems, three laptop means OS is available, Windows, Mac OS, Linux, and other. So in most of OS, the OWSP ZAP support. So we need to configure our device, laptop or desktop according to the compatibility of ZAP, because generally it is 4 GB of RAM and the necessary hardware required. So mobile device and emulator, because we are presenting how to analyze the mobile application security using ZAP, so it is required. So we have two options, mobile device and emulator. But we, for our test cases, we generally we are preferring the mobile devices. So again, we are repeating both the ZAP and ZAP system, where the ZAP is installed and the mobile device should be in the should be in the same network, like in the same Wi-Fi network. So the most important thing is ZAP root certificate. CA, which is necessary to initiate the communication with WSP means ZAP to the mobile dev server through SSL TLS communication. Means if we want to initiate the secure communication and intercept that, then root CA is a mandatory requirement. So how to do that? So in the OWSP ZAP tool options, there are dynamic certificate, then generate. If we want to create a new certificate, then we have to click generate and save. Otherwise, it is there already. We have to just save and to our desirable place. That's all for prerequisite. So now configuring ZAP with iOS device. So the problem with iOS device is we can directly take the iOS the root CA certificate from the system, from the desktop or laptop to the mobile device. So we can do that directly. Okay. So to avoid this limitation, we just we can either mail from the system to the mobile device, or we can use some other media like available in market like Gender, Share It, those. Here we just hosted a simple HTTP server in our system, Python based, to download the certificate into in our iOS device. So to initiate the simple HTTP server, here we are using simple HTTP server can be hosted in Python 2. It is not supported for Python 3. So the command is Python 2 -am space -am space simple capital S SIMPLE HTTP capital server is capital. Both are in a single word and space the desired port. Here we are hosting our server with a port 8888 4x8. So this is our configuration to download the root CA certificate. Again, continuing that. So once we to download that certificate, first we need to configure the proxy. To configure the proxy, just we have this is the screenshot we have added. We have to go to the settings, then the Wi-Fi. There, choose your desired Wi-Fi network. There you can find the proxy setting. Click there, and it by default it is off. So we need to click on manual. There you can just provide your IP address. Here our IP address is 192.168.29.13. So it will be changed for according to the environment and your case. So that's all to configure the proxy. Once the proxy is configured, we need to download the root CA certificate, as I explained already. Once the root CA certificate is downloaded, we need to initiate. We need to install that certificate. To install that certificate, it is only once you download that certificate, it will ask to install. You just click allow, then it will be stored. So how you can get that certificate? To get that certificate, go to setting again. In the setting, once you open that setting, there will be one additional menu you will find. That is in that menu you will find that profile downloaded. So click on that profile and save that. Just click on follow the instruction. The certificate will be installed. Once the certificate will be installed, we need to enable that certificate. Otherwise, we can't intercept the traffic. To enable that, we have to follow this path: settings, general, about, then certificate and trust setting. Here one screenshot we have attached. In that setting, we will find that this exact similar scenario according to the screenshot. OWSP the enable full trust for root certificates for OWSP ZAP attack proxy. Now we are ready to intercept our traffic. To show enable that certificate. Once it is enabled, we are ready to intercept all the traffic. So this is the demo time. Let's see how to perform that. So we have recorded this. So this is the demo time. So as I already explained, go to the tools and there local proxy. In the local proxy, we have to just select this 0.0.0.0 with port number 8080. Without 8080, it will not accept any other port number. So once it is, we have done for the system side, let's go to the mobile device side. So here, as I explained, go to the Wi-Fi setting and in the proxy, configure proxy, there select manual and provide the server IP and port. It's done for us. The proxy is configured. So now already we have hosted our Python-based server. Okay, so let's download the root CS certificate to our device. Yes. So here you can see it is done. Even once we started download, even that is also intercepted by ZAP. So it is just asking to install. It may ask for password. So once it is installed, we have to enable the certificate to intercept the traffic. So we have enabled that. So let's intercept the traffic. So here we are just intercepting Apple HTTPS apple.com. So it is a secure site. So that's why we just thought to intercept that for a demonstration purpose. So here you can see once we hit the apple.com, it is getting intercepted. So that is all the configuration and settings for to configuring the proxy with an iOS device for mobile application security traffic analysis. Okay, passing to Milan for Android.
So coming to configuring Android devices with ZAP. Now, one of the biggest advantages Android devices have over iOS is that you can directly copy the certificate to your devices. You don't need to mail it or host a standalone Python server or something. You just connect your device to your computer and directly copy it. Now, once copied, you can install it. There are two methods basically for depending on the version of Android. If you are using an older version of Android, you can directly go to settings, security, select install from storage and select your certificate. Or in the latest Android devices, you can Android 10 or onwards, you can go to settings, security, advanced, encryption and credentials, and then install the certificate. Basically, once you have installed the certificate, then similar to iOS, you have to edit your Wi-Fi connection settings, add the proxy details, and put the system IP as the machine where the ZAP is running, and 8080 as the proxy listener. So this is how it would basically look once you have successfully configured your Android device with ZAP. Basically, the right side of the screen represents the Android device where I'm accessing a site from Chrome, and the intercepted traffic is shown here on the left side in the ZAP window. So let us go to the demo where I will show this in detail. So basically, this is the certificate that you have saved. This is the certificate you have already. I'm assuming that it's already saved and copied to your Android device. Then we set up the local proxy to 0000 and 8080. Basically, this 0000 means that you are listening on all connections on the network. So basically, any traffic that comes into the this Wi-Fi network will be coming through ZAP. So once the proxy is set successfully, we will go on to the mobile device. This is the older Android version. I think it's Android Lollipop I'm using. So for now, I'll be using the older settings. That is going to settings, security. The first thing I'll do here is clear the credentials. Now, this is important because if you have installed some other certificate previously, it will be easier that if you clear it, then only install a new certificate. Otherwise, there will be a conflict between the certificates. So then select the ZAP. And there are two places you have to select it. Once, like you select install a certificate and select your certificate, you can see the credential use section, basically why this certificate or where this certificate will be used. So first option, I will be using this certificate over the Wi-Fi connection. So you can just give any name to this certificate. I'm just using ZAP CA, so that is easier to remember. Is select the Wi-Fi connection. Again, I have to install the same certificate under VPN and apps. So basically, even if I'm connected over VPN or any app traffic also, application specific traffic also will be now routed through ZAP. So once that's done, just click on OK. At this point of time, you might get a warning message that network may be monitored. Obviously, since you have installed a third-party certificate of a proxy tool like ZAP, system will give you a warning message. You can safely ignore that and proceed. Then you select your Wi-Fi connection, select add modify network, add the proxy details. Here you give the IP and port. IP is basically, as I said, it is the IP of the system on which ZAP is running, and port is 88. Once successfully saved, you can come back to open your, I'm using Chrome here. In Chrome, I'm opening a demo site called demo.testfire.net, which is something that we commonly used for testing or demonstrating web application vulnerability. So it is the SSL connection. I just want to show that I'm able to intercept SSL traffic over ZAP as well. Sometime it might give an error, but just let it wait for a minute. As you can see, now the SSL negotiation is completed successfully. And if you see here in the left side of the screen, the ZAP thing is intercepted already. So now interception part is done. Let's move on to the next, that is using the emulator. Now this is a running question actually. Why we shouldn't use interceptors? Emulators instead of physical devices. Now, if you ask for personal preferences, we always like to use physical devices because it's less cumbersome. But depending on the requirement, emulators are also preferred because the biggest advantage they give is the cost benefit. Obviously, the devices will cost you, and you have to maintain them also. You have to constantly get them updated, or once the updates stop coming, you have to find a new device. However, emulators do not have those kind of restrictions. And there are certain testing types like memory analysis, which are much more easier because you can directly integrate the emulators with IDEs like Android Studio and directly analyze without much any additional configurations. But the emulators also have certain disadvantages. And from my experience, I'll give you some examples. We have tested in the past, we have tested certain applications which required haptic feedback feature to register a user's input. Now, those kind of things are really difficult to emulate on a virtual device. Second thing, if there are any app level conflicts, say if you have multiple apps installed and some app is conflicting with the device, that is really difficult to find out using an emulator. Also, emulators tend to be slow because they have to emulate not just the software part, but the hardware part also. For example, if you are running say you are running a emulator on an Intel device, but the emulator is basically emulating the ARM core processor Android device. So the instruction set also has to be emulated. That itself takes a lot of time. So for those reasons, it's a matter of personal preference, you can say, or it's a matter of technological restrictions. So you can either go for emulators or you can go for physical devices. If you go to the configuration part, the basic configuration of tools like ZAP or Burp Suite with emulators is not much different than from the physical devices. Basically, you have to install the certificate, edit the proxy settings, and there the only difference being the proxy IPs sometimes vary because the emulator is running on the same device as a virtual machine. So moving on to the next part, the security analysis part. Now, one of the key areas that we can do with mobile application security is called traffic analysis, where we just put ZAP as a man-in-the-middle proxy in between your mobile application and your mobile application server and analyze the traffic intercepted. So for that, we can use ZAP as a proxy tool. And if you go to OWASP top 10 category, there are two major areas which can be covered partially or fully using the ZAP. These are the third one, insecure communications, or the sixth one, insecure authorizations. Now, some of the most common vulnerabilities that can be uncovered by traffic analysis using ZAP includes, but this is not an exhaustive list, so there can be many more ones. So one of them is secure communication validation, where you analyze the SSL TLS traffic or the configuration is proper or not. You can look for server-side open ports. You can search for personally identifiable information or any kind of server information that is being leaked. You can check for server-side brute force attacks or lockout validations. You can check for resource utilizations and also server-side authorizations. Now, basically here, you can say, whenever you are intercepting the traffic from a mobile device, you are analyzing the traffic in a web application context. So you can see most of the defects that you see here look kind of like the issues that the vulnerabilities that you will commonly find in a web application. To elaborate more on this, I will request Ankush to walk you through the demo for the security analysis part. So Ankush, you can take over now.
Thanks, Milan, for this information and the data. So as we covered the traffic analysis. Traffic analysis is the main part of mobile application security. So as we know, ZAP is a hybrid tool which has manual analysis and with also that it has the automated analysis part. So we can say ZAP can perform both manual analysis and automated analysis. So here just for a reference, we have added one screenshot. You can see that the ZAP automatically we have just performed one scan with OWASP ZAP, and we for the test application we have taken the OWASP GoDroid. OWASP GoDroid is a vulnerable mobile application for demonstration purpose. So we just taken that one for this session. So this is the IP and server where we hosted the OWASP GoDroid server, which the mobile application GoDroid is communicating all its data and getting data from this server. So once we crawled this, we just initiated one scan. Here you can see the it is marked that a door option where we just configured the automated scan. So for the login purpose, we have just configured this context so that the tool can automatically log in and it can scan the server side part. So this is the automated scan can be performed using OWASP ZAP. So let's go to the mobile extensive mobile device part, how it is pretty much helpful to analyze the traffic, means how we can discover various kind of vulnerability, which is critical vulnerability using traffic analysis with ZAP. So let's the demo part. Okay, so here we will just perform one, we'll find one critical vulnerability privilege escalation using OWSP ZAP with the board application. So let's start. So this is the application. Here we just intercepted the application traffic. So we already log in with a user, general user. So this user has only 3 functionality we can see. Okay. So because why we are seeing 3 functionality, because this user has not the admin functionality enabled. So this is a general user. So if we see the traffic request, we can see that once the request response is coming from the server, we can mark that it is the there is the admin functionality is off, false for this user. So we can take benefit of this what we can say bad scenario or bad functionality of this application as our exploitation. So we have the request there. So we just turn on this interception button, and once we click login, here we just intercepted the traffic. So we what we are doing, we are just making the false to true to gain the privilege of the admin user. So we can now see what is the extra functionality is added. One is the manage user. This is the functionality of the admin. So this kind of vulnerability we can find using OWSP ZAP. This is a clear scenario of our privilege escalation in mobile application. So this is one of the critical vulnerability of OWSP top 10, and even we can say as M6 poor authorization of mobile OWSP mobile top 10. M6 is the poor authorization vulnerability. This is one of the scenario of that. Thank you. We should go with the question and answer, if you please.
Awesome. Okay, we're back. Hopefully we don't have any audio issues. I think we figured out our tech problem. My internet went down at the same time, so it's just a cacophony of stuff, but we're rolling.
Yes, yes.
All right. So thank you, Ankush and Milan, for your great mobile AppSec testing presentation. Simon and I were talking about this the other day, and he and I were both like, we never even thought about using ZAP as a mobile application testing suite. So it's super awesome to see what you did there. I know we were talking about emulators in Discord while we were turning stuff off and turning it back on. That's exactly what we did. But any other emulator stuff you want to add while we're live here?
Yeah. Yes, emulator can be used as a replace of device. But we'll suggest for mobile application security testing, we'll suggest to use the real device so that we can simulate the real world situation. Because let's take an example of mobile banking applications. So as those application contains banking related information and those applications have some limitations. So they do, sometimes those application not compatible with the simulators like Android Studios and Genymotion, Xcode. Those are the emulators available in the market for mobile application. But those banking applications are designed in that way so that they will not support the emulators. So that's why we only suggest that to use real world device. Yes, it is a bit expensive for a lab, but that is our suggestion. And yes, in the I like to cover the SSL pinning part. Yes, FRIDA is the way, but again, FRIDA can bypass the SSL pinning, but the requirement is rooted mobile device and emulator. So these are the two requirements of FRIDA, using FRIDA as a SSL pinning bypass. But there is another options are available. We can trick some binary values, like we can replace the public certificate, which is generally the developer used to store that inside the APK file or IPA file. So we can replace the that certificate with our OWASP ZAP certificate so that ZAP can intercept the traffic. So that is another way. But in the binary changes part, the success rate is generally 30 to 40%. The success rate is not high. So generally in the market, people try to go with FRIDA.
Gotcha. That's great information. Thanks. I know. Thank you for touching on the SSL pinning too, because I know that's a hot topic and that's kind of a hard one to get around. Thanks to, I mean, that's the whole point of it, right? It's hard to intercept traffic for a site that has SSL pinned on purpose. But I think there was another good question in the Discord about routing kind of all of the traffic on a mobile device and not just web traffic when you do that proxy setting. And as far as I understand it, when you set up that proxy setting, everything goes through that. But can you guys clarify that a little bit? Is it all the traffic, or is it just mobile or web browser traffic, or what's that setup look like?
Yes. So it will generally intercept all the traffic of mobile device along with the traffic which actually we are listening to a specific port. Here in our session, anyone we can rewind and check. We are just addressing 0.0.0.0. This is the IP address. So, and the port number is 8080. So it is not listening to any IP address. It is just listening to the port number. So if anyone is broadcasting to this specific port number, then everything will be listened by the OWASP ZAP. So in our scenario, the mobile device is pointed to the specific port 8080. So all the traffic of the mobile device, anything of the mobile device is trying to contact to the server, then it will be captured by the OWASP ZAP. One thing I will try to add that in malware analysis also this kind of scenario is helpful, because some malware are trying to establish the server communication with their remote server. So in this scenario also ZAP this traffic analysis is helpful with the ZAP.
Awesome. I may have missed it, but is there another question in Discord you guys wanted to hit? Because I was running around trying to figure out all of our audio issues. It seemed like there was a lot of great questions. I'm not sure I'm super hip on the burp question in the ZAPCon, but you know, it is what it is. Any other questions you guys want to hit or talk, or tips and tricks that you can give people that are watching out there that are interested in testing mobile apps with ZAP or another tool that you kind of had to battle to figure out?
Yes, as you are talking about the two tools which are pretty much famous in the market, but over the another tool, I would like to go with OWSP ZAP as it is open source and it is just offering both automated and manual analysis. So that's why I will prefer OWSP ZAP over than the another tool which we just you just whispered slightly. So so I'll just pass to Milan. Milan can add some extra points in this about tips and trick how we can use ZAP in this scenario better. So Milan, please go ahead.
Yeah, Scott, just adding to what Ankush already said, some basic tips would be like, obviously, since we are working on your personal systems, there will be, it will be much more easier. But if you are working in a corporate environment, you are actually testing an actual application in your company, there are certain things that will often create issues, like whenever you are trying to listen to the network connections, your system, specifically your desktop or laptop, the firewall rules might be specifically set to listen over all the interfaces. So there might be, say, if you are testing it in a corporate environment or in a restricted environment, or you have certain, say, security software or something installed on your desktop or laptop, you might have to add certain exceptions in firewall, or maybe just allow some things through the maybe the antivirus tool or something. So certain things like that might come up if you are testing it in a restricted environment, like in official systems. But if you are doing it in a personal system, these things might not come up. And second thing, that's something I saw in the Discord server, like it's a matter of, although it's a matter of personal preference when using emulators over physical devices. Now, for security testing, we are doing it in a non-functional aspect. So we don't much think about how the application should run. As long as we have a supported physical device, we do not think of going to emulators directly, because emulators do involve some sort of, you can say, pre-setup things, like whatever we showed here in the demo just has a working device. You install the certificate and intercepted the traffic. That's it. Probably if SSL pinning is there, some additional steps needs to be done. However, in emulators, say for example, if I give an example of Genymotion, you have to first set up the Google Apps there. You have to install some additional tools there before you can actually configure that. So that's just basically some additional hassle. So if you have a physical device with you available, so the better way will always be to use the physical device instead of setting up a emulator. So that's about it.
Awesome. Great information, you guys. Hey, everyone, thank you for hanging in there with us with our technical difficulties. There's more great stuff happening in the Discord chat room. Everybody in the Discord chat, please give Ankush and Milan a big virtual thank you. Thank you for your great presentation. A really interesting way to use ZAP and really good insights for people that want to do the same kind of thing. I think we're going to take a little short break. The next session is supposed to start at 1 minute ago. Let's give like a 2-minute break. We're going to do a little bit of tech checking on this side so we can make sure the next session starts off without a hitch, and then we'll be back. So we're about 2 minutes behind right now. We'll probably catch up in the next session. But once again, thank you, Ankush and Milan. It's great to talk to you today. And thank you so much for staying up late and hanging out with us at ZAPCon today.
Thanks, Scott. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Hi, everyone. This is me, Salman Khwaja, and I have Hammad Hassan with me as my co-speaker. And we are truly honored to be on ZAPCon, the conference held by OWASP ZAP and the creators of OWASP ZAP. We would be sharing our story of OWASP ZAP, how we implemented in Pakistani FinTech. Let me introduce you to ourselves. My name is Salman Khwaja. I am basically manager application security in TPS Pakistan. In my day job, in my evening job, I am the chapter leader of OWASP Karachi. I'm also certified ethical hacker and Asana certified pro. My co-speaker is Hammadul Hassan. He's a security automation engineer. He has been Microsoft Hall of Fame. He has been featured in Microsoft Hall of Fame recently, and he is the actual person behind doing the automation of OWASP ZAP. So let me give you a brief introduction of my company where I work. We work in TPS Pakistan, which deals with roughly 80% of banks in Pakistan. You could see the logos of the banks right in front of your screen, which are Habib Bank, Jazz Cash, Standard Chartered Bank. Many banks are international banks. One of them is Brag Bank, which is in Bangladesh. And again, we are one bank which is powering up the electronic payment industry of Pakistan. One of the prime payment vendors. So imagine if there is one security loop, there is one small problem in these applications, what would be the catastrophe level of these banks, where on every payment, on every ATM swipe, on every shopping, on every online transaction, the payment transactions are going through those networks and ultimately through our source code. I would like to inform my audience here that we are just powering up the payment infrastructure, but my company doesn't take many cuts from per transactions. Although there are some agreements with some companies, but not with everyone. So today's agenda would be the importance of security automation, how we implemented ZAP in our environment. We'll be ending this with the demo and future improvements, followed up by question and answers. So the importance of security automation. What is security testing, application security? And basically, when we started testing our applications, we were testing on many different products, namely the products which are on different market segments, NetSpark, Qnetics. Everyone knows whenever they start, they look at these products, and one of these product that everyone looks is OWASP ZAP as well. So when I first went to OWASP ZAP, I was like, hey, this tool could be used in automation. And then when we went through its documentation, through its YouTube videos, through its wikis, we realized that this is a free software and it could be used in complete automation of our application security efforts. So we first started doing the manual testing, and then we started working on the automation of it. The importance of automation is you could test one application on one project, and then another project comes for the same requirements, for the same features. You do another test on it. From a testing point of view, from a security point of view, you have to do another test. But from a resource point of view, that resource is being wasted. Those tests should be automated, should be running, and should be improving. So we decided to automate everything. We write the automation test once, and we were ready to improve it with the product. And again, we run it as many times as possible. And after that, we thought that, hey, let's provide this automation to some other team in our company, be that a deployment engineer, be that a person who goes and deploys our applications in the production environment. Let them run this automation and see if there are any high or medium priority results are published. So we also did that as well. How we implemented ZAP in our environment is we use the following tools. We use Gauge, we use OWASP ZAP, and for Gauge, we use Python as a language. Then we have TFS agents in our pipeline, and again, we use command line. So we use amalgamation of these tools, and now we could say our pipeline of CI, continuous integration, is such that we just pick, we run one build, and after that, in that build, we give some parameters, and on those parameters, OWASP ZAP actually logs into our enterprise application. It grabs the basic components of the application. It knows that it is when it is logged into our environment. It knows when it's logged out from our environment, and then it performs the active and passive scan and everything else. So what we did was, during the automation, we parameterized some aspect of ZAP by looking at the ZAP APIs and by looking at our own environments. So, for example, these are actually the variables that we have used in our automation. We have given one target URL, which would be in a complete FQDN format. So that format would be our application URL. And then we have a login page URL. The reason for having a target URL and a login page URL is, at times, we would just want to do the spider of the application without logging into the application. So at that time, the variable target URL would be used. And if we would be saying to ZAP that, hey, go and log into this application, then we would be using the login page URL. Then login request data has the username, passwords, and the CSRF token data. Username and password, again, we instruct ZAP to log in to our application through this username and password. Logged in indicator, again, it's the indication of HTML that is being present in request for ZAP to know if it is logged in or not. And then we have some Boolean values, like spidering is set to true or false. Ajax spidering is set to true or false, passive scan true or false, and active scan true or false. Passive scan brings out the security headers, the application basic issues which are security attacks, but which are related to server configuration. Active scan actually brings out the security vulnerabilities grabbed in the whole scan. So we have these things as Boolean values, so we could switch on and off as per our need. So let's move on to the demonstration. My colleague, my co-speaker Hammad Hassan would take over for the demo. Hammad, you're up.
I am Hammad Hassan, and it's an honor for me to speak in ZAPCon 2021. So before starting the demo, I would like to show you our environment that we use here for the automation. So basically, here's the TFS from where we queue our build. And this is our agent machine that perform the task provided by the TFS. And in this scenario, when we run the build from the TFS, that build will be land here, and ZAP will be open and perform the scan against the target URL and then generate the report, and that report will be attached over the TFS. So let's start by click the queue new build. And here we have some parameters, and the details of these parameters are already told you by the host speaker previously. And basically we put the login page URL here, and we provide the username and password for the login purpose. And then we have some more parameters like the active scan and the passive scan. And for the spiding purpose, we break it into two more parameters. We use one for the normal spidering and the other one for the edge spidering. And for this demo, I will set the normal spidering value to false because spidering takes time, and that time depends upon the size of the application and how much the URLs that application contain inside it. So let's keep it short and simple. So I set the value to false and then I queue this build.
Okay, so basically, due to our application is a payment application, we won't be showing the actual application, but we would be willing to show every aspect of the automation that we have performed. So this is the TFS web interface that you see right in front of you, and we would be running our automation from TFS. Since our application is quite big, we would be running this whole scan on passive scan, and we would be switching off all the spidering, the Ajax spidering, and we would be switching off the spidering and active scan too.
Now you will see here the console that is showing us all the things that are going behind the system. Basically, now the PowerShell script will be run that set the values, that grab the values from the TFS and then set it over our on the agent machine. And here you will see ZAP will be open with that provided URL. Now you will see the URL of our application that we provide over the TFS. And now you can see the ZAP is trying to log inside the application, and you will see the message here. It takes a little bit time. Yeah, here you see login is successful. Let me wait. I show you here. And then it performed scan and it generated report for it. When I will refresh my link, the report will be attached here in the artifact section.
So as we can see, the status of build succeeded is displayed to us. Let's see the report that is automatically attached in the TFS build. So we actually automated the whole thing from TFS. So if we would be giving this automation to another person in our team, he wouldn't be going to the agent machine. He would be just using the TFS to grab that report. So let's see the report of the gauge that is being used. Basically, the gauge is displaying different specs, different scenarios, how much time it took to run the OWASP ZAP. It took around 34 seconds. And then it set the context for OWASP ZAP. Basically, a context is where you tell the ZAP a bunch of things, which are target URL, login request data, and login indicator, and username and password. And then it went in and started this spidering. And after that, it went in and did the passive scan. And after the scan, it generated the ZAP report. So let's see the ZAP report as well. This is basically gauge report is for doing the troubleshooting of the automation that is being done. And this report would be our application report. which lists a basic report of OWASP ZAP. Like there are 6 medium issues, and there are 7 low issues and 0 high issues. And most of the issues are again categorized through OWASP ZAP reporting policy. And anyone, any layman or any developer type of person or any security focused person could go through this report and figure out that what is something wrong with this report. Once again, security automation done as what we have understood from ZAP, from ZAP wikis, from ZAP YouTube and everything. So this was our demo. The future improvements would be basically, we would be adding in new parameters for decreasing or increasing the breadth or depth of spidering, Ajax spidering. We actually felt it when we were giving the demo of this ZAPCon. We felt that we haven't been done this thing. If we have been doing this aspect of as well, we would have shown you complete spidering of Ajax spidering as well. Again, this option is in OWASP ZAP software. We just have to enable it through our automation. Then we have to decrease the active scan policy as per need, and then we have to implement the testing to be done for the APIs. We are developing APIs as well, and for APIs we would be doing the same set of automations. And we have done another aspect of saving the sessions in OWASP the ZAP and then using them as well. We just haven't shown you in the demo yet. So that's about it. That's about us displaying the whole how we implemented ZAP in our environment. Thank you so much. If you have any further questions, we would be available on Discord server.
Awesome, Salman and Hammad. Thank you so much for your talk. I really love seeing how you guys work through all this automation stuff with ZAP and using TFS and lots of other great things. Everyone in the chat, please give Salman and Hammad a nice thank you clap. I've got a couple of questions for you. I did want to staying up late. You guys are up at midnight plus your time, so thank you for staying up late and hanging out with us at ZAPCon.
Thanks a lot, Scott. Thanks a lot, Scott.
Yeah, let me ask you, sorry, go ahead.
The pleasure is all ours.
Oh, yeah, awesome. Let me ask you guys, what drew you to ZAP for this project, what you're working on here?
Well, I would say when we were, security testing our applications, we went in towards many commercial applications and everything. But no other application came as close as what OWASP was offering. It was really, offering us the API controls, the inner controls that we could use in our own application. I mean, the whole ecosystem of OWASP ZAP is such that you could control different aspects of your application. You could actually talk to OWASP ZAP in terms of commands like login into application using this form, and then do all your security testing and all those stuff. So once you know all those stuff, then automating is just solving a piece of puzzle. So that's what we did. We are a product company, as you have seen from the whole bunch of clients that we have. And usually the projects come in form of same product. We developed a product and we make the same product go live in multiple banks. So basically, doing a manual security testing once makes sense, but more than once it really doesn't make sense, and it has to be automated the next time. And that's what I have been doing in my team, in my company, to automate the security stuff. We have also automated the hardening aspects of security as well, but OWASP ZAP doesn't touches on those aspects. OWASP ZAP is primarily, and it focuses on application security testing, and it really does that well. So that's why we have chosen OWASP
Awesome.
to be integrated into our security pipeline.
There was a good question in Discord here. Somebody followed up with, why did you stop using NetSparker?
Once again, that's the same reason. We use NetSparker, we use Acunetics, we used I guess there was one other name by the name of IBM AppScan, but none of them came as close as OWASP, ZAP in automation. Basically, those tools are very, very good tools. They come with a heavy price, but they don't allow automation to be as close and as good as OWASP ZAP offers it. Plus, OWASP ZAP, it gets updated in due time. It has community plugins. It has many bunch of other stuff. If you really go into them, it is much more beneficial to use OWASP ZAP than state of the art other softwares as well. I'm not saying one should not use it, but if one is targeting automation, security automation, then OWASP ZAP is the way to go.
Awesome, good feedback. So I mentioned in Discord, I hadn't seen TFS in quite a long time. And asked the question if anyone else was using TFS, and somebody mentioned they were transitioning to Azure DevOps. How long did it take you guys to set up TFS with all those environment variables and the configuration? And is that some kind of configuration that you've made available for other TFS users to at least baseline or kind of get a start in setting up their TFS systems? Well,
I would say we actually run our own Agile sprints, in my own team, and we do automate. It took us around, I would say, 2 or 3 months, Hammad, to make the whole framework ready. And once the framework is ready, then all we have to do is make up the sessions for the whole application, and do the manual proxifying of the application. Once this bit is done, we could plug and play in our TFS API ecosystem. Hammad could explain it in a much greater detail. Hammad, can you explain a bit about it?
What Salman bhai?
How long did we take to automate this whole stuff?
It takes about, I think, 3 to 4 weeks for the automation purpose.
So almost a month once we get a new product. But our framework is developed now, and we continue using this framework. And when we give this whole thing to another implementation team or a deployment team, we just give what Hammad has shown from TFS, that he'll be kicking off the build and then grabbing the reports from it. So that's what we do. The deployment team, they don't have to write a single line of code. They just have to use those variables to enter the URL, the username and password, so that their environment could be scanned and do all this stuff.
Awesome. Is that TFS configuration something that you guys have made or could make available to people that also have TFS to kind of like get a jump start on the work that you've done that took quite a long time, to be able to get them into a spot where they can iterate quickly? Or is it too proprietary to release?
No, that's TFS information. It's all on Microsoft MSDN, how to jumpstart with the build. We use the documentation of TFS on-prem build releases. Then we use the documentation of Gauge that I have just shown you, and then we had the knowledge of Python development. So it was basically it's taking bits and pieces from TFS aspect, taking things from Gauge aspect, and then the Python aspect, and then putting everything in one project and then deploying it on TFS. So it was we could make a document for people to get a head start, I would definitely say I would leave my Twitter handles, and I would leave Hammad's Twitter handles to reach out to us, and we'll be open to help you out for if it is in DFS aspect, if it is in Gauge aspect, or if it is in ZAP aspect. We would be willing to help you out.
Awesome. Yeah, absolutely. Keep that talk going or that chat going in the Discord channel. I'm sure you guys will be hanging out in there. Somebody asked how many applications you guys are scanning that way, and does every bank or customer have their own application, or is it a subset of all the applications? How many times are you scanning, and how many applications are you scanning?
Very good question. Well, we have I would say 5 or 6 different types of modules in our application. We call different products as different modules in our whole application, and we scan them at least. We are thinking to scan them at least once every week. That could range from running the scanning on Friday nights, and then on Monday mornings we come and see what result it gave us. And we have given this automation to 1 or 2 of our deployment teams, and we are still waiting feedbacks from them.
Awesome. I do have a question for you guys about what's it called?
Okay, there's another question by PSIN, the founder of OWASP ZAP.
Yeah.
He's asking, so you could use the latest specific version for you. Well, when we started the automation, we didn't went for Dockers. OWASP ZAP API actually allows the one API allows to update the whole ZAP that is running. So we generally update the whole OWASP ZAP so that it grabs the all latest scans, latest active scan, latest plugin, everything in its repository. So once we are running the security scan, we are sure that OWASP ZAP is updated with its very latest version. So we do that in the start of our every scan.
Awesome. Hey, I had a question for you guys about Gauge. That's the first time I kind of have seen Gauge, and I'm curious how else you use that in your CI process or in other areas of the software application delivery process.
Well, I actually saw a video of Gauge from Abhay Bhargav, one of the previous speaker in this ZAPCon, and I took that idea from his video and we used it. So right now we are the only ones using Gauge. My other QA teams, they are using some other frameworks, not the Gauge right now, as far as I know.
Gotcha. Yeah, it seems really cool, and it looks like it could be integrated well with some of the unit tests that you might have to run on an application, or some of the integration tests, just to make sure they're executing in the right time frame or what you would expect as a time frame. So super interesting to see that. I really appreciate you bringing that up. And you guys are using the Java version, the jar of ZAP, right? Have you experimented with the Docker version of ZAP at all?
We haven't. When we were, automating our own framework, I didn't come across the Docker version of ZAP. Let's just say I didn't, explore it well. We have been exploring it, and yes, we might have plans to, move our automation to Docker versions of OWASP ZAP. That is quite easier, and it is a lot more easier to maintain in terms of infrastructure and machine as well.
Awesome. And I suppose you're super excited about the automation framework that Simon announced, to be able to get that piped together with all the things you're doing to make it just that much easier. Yeah.
Absolutely. Looking forward to it.
Awesome. Let's see. What other questions do we have? How many exploits does ZAP find when it's automated?
Okay. Well, it depends on the type of automations or the type of hardening that we have done. Like I said, we do the hardening on IIS on Apache server as well, and we have been using CIS controls to do that as well. And it depends on how the machines have been hardened, on how the web server has been hardened, and lastly how the code has been written. So I couldn't you say the exact number of how many exploits does ZAP find, but in terms of automation, I would say ZAP provides us the assurance in security testing that if you don't employ a manual security tester in an engagement, then at least ZAP could provide you an assurance of around 60 to 70% that this application is clear if there are no high priority bugs are reported. Medium and low priority bugs, in my own experience, they usually tend towards server configuration or the mix of code fix or server configuration. The high priority bugs are mostly code fixes like SQL injection attacks, XXX attacks, and CSRF attacks. So those attacks, they are generally dealt with code fixes. So if you're having zero high priority bugs or high severity bugs, you could say that you have covered around 60 to 70% of the application. The rest, 40 to 30%, has to be tested with a manual intervention of security engineer. That's the way I look at security aspect of my organization. Many other people would have different opinions around it. So that's the way I look at it.
No, that's a good point. I think, in my experience, the automated ZAP scans find most of the things that are really good, that automation is really good at finding. It doesn't find things that are hard to find. That is what manual pen testers are for, or that kind of business logic flow error. Like I put something in the cart and then I went to the checkout page and then I changed the value in the cart and then it did something. Those kinds of things aren't great for automation, no matter where you're doing it. So I agree with you that having that kind of automation to go, I haven't made really, really bad, easy to find mistakes in this application is super valuable. And then, there's a litany of other tools and processes and people that can continue to add value on top of that. And I like to think of that as like, if you're going to implement a bug bounty program, if you get through all the ZAP issues that ZAP can find, that means your bug bounty people aren't going to find all the same issues and just hit you with your anti-CSRF tokens aren't there, or your content security policy isn't right, and just nickel and dime you to death on your bug bounty program, but they're actually going to be finding really highly valuable stuff because it's hard to find.
Absolutely right. I agree with you on these points. 100% agree. Absolutely right.
Awesome. Any other questions in the Discord channel? Anybody need to ask Hammad and Salman anything before we go? I think we're right on time, so we'll probably just go to break here, and then we've got the last session coming up. Any other last questions for these guys? And obviously they'll be hanging out. I know it's probably time for them to take a nap, but maybe they've got a couple Red Bulls sitting around and power through some of the questions in Discord. And that Discord channel is going to be there for quite some time, so you can obviously engage them today, tomorrow, if you're watching this later, all those good things. Doesn't look like there's any other questions. Salman and Hammad, thank you so much for your time and your presentation today on automating ZAP and doing it in TFS. Super good stuff.
Thank you so much, Scott. It was an honor to be on ZAPCon to share what we did in our application, in our organization. It was really an honor to come as speaker and showcase what we have done. Thank you so much. Thank you so much to your whole team, to everyone doing the ZAPCon, the first ever ZAP.
Awesome. You guys, thank you. We're going to go to a break. We're going to have like a 10-minute break. Our next one is enhancing ZAP with feedback-based fuzzing. Should start at in about 9 minutes, so 20 minutes till the top of the hour. We'll be back and we'll have our last session of the day, and then we'll follow that with Q&A and closing ceremonies. Thanks, guys.
and the CTO of Code Intelligence, and we are a startup from Bonn in Germany we're mainly working on fuzzing, and our product CI Fuzz in order. Hi everybody, and welcome to the talk. I am really glad to be here today to talk to you about some of the work that we've been doing on feedback-based fuzzing and how we combine this with ZAP in order to have really effective testing of web applications. I am Khaled. I am one of the co-founders and the CTO of Code Intelligence, and we are a startup from Bonn in Germany we're mainly working on fuzzing, and our product CI Fuzz in order to enable developers to easily or seamlessly integrating fuzzing into their development process and benefit from this very effective technology. And so since we're talking about fuzzing, let's give a brief introduction about what is fuzzing, what fuzzing actually is. So the core idea of fuzzing that was started like almost more than 30 years ago was, if I have an application or a system under test, let us throw some random data into the application and see if it crashes. And this is the core idea of fuzzing. And while this approach was able to find bugs or many bugs in applications, it has a very obvious limitation. So since we're throwing random inputs at the application, it's highly unlikely that we'll be able to cover a lot of code, meaning it's hard to trigger deep program states because we don't have any insights about what's happening inside the program. And because in most cases, these random inputs that are generated by the fuzzer would be rejected quite early by the application. And so in order to mitigate this problem, came the idea of, okay, instead of generating these random inputs, let's start from the test data that are available anyway with the application. So if we take an example as an image parser, usually you would have some images there to do some unit testing to make sure that the parsing or the logic is correct. And there, the idea would be, let's take this as seeds or as starting inputs and try to do some mutations based on that. So trying maybe to change the colors, to flip some bits and bytes, and see what's happening. And with this, we hope to reach more code coverage. But again, here we have the same limitation, is that the fuzzer or the testing framework does not have any insights or informations about what's actually happening inside the program. And the real breakthrough for fuzzing came with AFL, and there it was the core idea was let's integrate some feedback information into the fuzzer. And with this, the idea would be, let's instrument the application or the code that I want to test. With these, we mean injecting some special markers into the application, into the code of the application. And these markers would then give the fuzzer feedback about which code areas have been covered, which paths of the program have been executed, and information about different program states, so that the fuzzer would have enough information or good information about what's happening inside the application with the input it generates. So if we stick with the image parser as an example, let's see how coverage guided fuzzing would handle this case. So the fuzzer does not have to have any previous information about the application. So it basically starts with some random bytes, and here with a null byte. And then it executes its application. And with instrumentation, it gets feedback. Okay, these are the code areas, or the line of code, for example, that have been touched. And we can see this is okay. So this is invalid image, so it returns an unknown format. But the fuzzer sees all the comparisons that are happening in the code. And it sees, for example, that the inputs that it generated, it gets compared to some constants. So, okay, take this as a hint and try in the next iteration to use them. And obviously, this is an invalid image. But with this information, with this coverage information, with this information that these comparisons have taken place, the fuzzer can then try out some of them. See, okay, here I will use one of these constants that I've seen in the program as an input and see what's happening. So if it tries this input, now we've seen that this input takes a different code back. And now the fuzzer successfully convinced the application to interpret the input as a JPEG image, for example. And this means that this is a valid image, and the fuzzer does this quite fast, and it performs several thousands of executions per second. And so now we have valid images, and with each mutation, the fuzzer gains more insights into the application, and the fuzzer does not get bored. Means that it can execute or generates thousands of test cases per second, and with the time, the fuzzer would then generate it evolves the test cases that it generates in order to achieve high code coverage. And this is actually an actual experiment that was done with an image parser, and the fuzzer, after a few hours, was able to generate valid images from the image parsing application, even if it didn't know that it's trying to fuzz an image parser. And this shows the effectiveness of coverage image fuzzing. And so this is another way just to give it a more high-level illustration. So with black box fuzzing, you don't have any insights about what code areas or code paths have each input has triggered. And with the gray box fuzzing and with instrumentation-based fuzzing, the fuzzer would know the path it took inside the application, and this would help it to generate high-quality test cases that are more likely to trigger bugs. Let's have a look at the industry and the adoption of fuzzing. Tech leaders like Google and Microsoft find most of their bugs with fuzzing. And as an example, fuzzing alone has found over 29,000 bugs in Google Chrome. And this shows how effective this method actually is. But usually when we talk about fuzzing, we usually mean C and C++ applications. And there we have really mature tooling and setup. But in the context of web applications that are mainly written in Java or JVM-based languages, the tooling is not as mature. And this is what we aim to change. And for that, we developed Jazzer. Jazzer is a coverage-guided in-process fuzzer for the JVM. And it's based on libfuzzer. So libfuzzer is a very powerful fuzzing engine developed by Google, mainly for C and C++. And we based Jazzer on libfuzzer so that we can benefit from all the powerful features that are already available there. And it has many smart mutations that increases or maximizes the code coverage reached during fuzzing. And it has the ability to add some custom mutators, meaning that if you have an application or a software that you want to test that receives data or inputs of a certain structure, you can add mutators, special mutators for that into Jazzer. And Jazzer is completely open source, so it's available on GitHub, and you can have a look. And it's by orders of magnitude better or more effective than available Java fuzzer, and it will be soon it will be soon integrated into a public fuzzing platform in order to fuzz open source software written in Java. Okay, and now I would like to show a small demo of a real vulnerability that we found in the real world software. And this is a cross-site scripting vulnerability that we found in the OWASP JSON sanitizer. So the JSON sanitizer is a library that, giving a JSON-like input, you would get a valid JSON. And there, the goal is to make it easier and safer to take the sanitized output and put it or embed it into a HTML or XML documents. And now I'd like to show how we found this vulnerability, how this looks like in action. So here I have the jar file of the JSON sanitizer, and all I have to do is to write a small test harness or fuzz target. And all what this fuzz target does is actually it implements one fuzzer test one input method that takes data from the fuzzer and forward it to the API that I want to test. And in this case, we added a check that checks if the sanitized output contains a closing script tag. And this would mean that cross-site scripting would be possible. So now all I have to do is to compile my fuzz target and then start Jazzer. So all that Jazzer needs is the class path of my library and where I put my fuzz target and which class it needs to fuzz, where we defined the fuzzer test one input method. And that's it. So now Jazzer would automatically instrument the code using a Java agent, and it would try to generate inputs that maximize the code coverage. And you see here that here we have got information about code coverage, and here we see that how many executions per second ZAP is performing, and it's on my laptop with a single core, and we achieve more than 53,000 executions per second. And fair enough, ZAP was able to generate an input whose sanitized output contains this closing script. And of course, ZAP would then output the crashing output, and you would get a reproducer automatically generated, meaning that you can take this Java file, compile it, and then you can reproduce the file. And here it took us just a few seconds in order to be able to trigger this vulnerability. And this shows the effectiveness of coverage guided fuzzing and how can it be really beneficial in order to identify real vulnerabilities. And so on the Jazzer GitHub page, you would find the list of vulnerabilities that we published, and some of them, we have some vulnerabilities that are not yet disclosed because we're doing responsible disclosure. So we're working with the developers so that they can fix, and then we would then publish them on the Jazzer GitHub page. So here in this talk and the context of this conference, we're mainly interested in testing web applications. And performing fuzzing or coverage-guided fuzzing for web applications comes with very special challenges. First, we have highly structured inputs. Like if we have a web application that expects, for example, a REST API, there we have each endpoint accepts requests of a very specific structure, and just throwing random data into these endpoints would be very highly ineffective, because these inputs would be rejected quite early in the processing. And here we're talking mainly about applications or software written in Java or JVM based language. And we have a different class of bugs that we're interested in compared to C and C++, because Java is a memory safe language. And here we're more interested in finding bugs like SQL injections and cross-site scripting, etc. And ZAP is a great tool for that. So ZAP has really great scanners for detecting a wide range of bugs, so many bug classes. It has both active and active scanners, and with the active scanners, you actually attack the application. But since ZAP does not instrument the code, it lacks insights about which code areas have been tested, or insights about what's happening inside the application, which would lead into some false positives in the reported results. On the other hand, we have Jazzer, and since we perform instrumentation, we get deep insight into the tested code, so we know exactly which code areas have been reached, and we know based on that we have some smart heuristics to maximize the code coverage. And what ZAP does is that it, for each interesting test cases that it generates, it keeps it in what we call a corpus, and this corpus enables ZAP or enables Jazzer to start from the state of the last run, meaning that when we start fuzzing again, we don't have to start exploring the program from the start. Using the corpus, Jazzer would start from the state of the last run. And you reuse some of the bug detectors from ZAP, and we have also some for Jazzer, our own instrumentation-based bug detectors. But if we look at these two approaches, I mean, they are perfectly fit to work with each other. So we can use Jazzer to maximize code coverage, and we can use the really powerful active scanners from ZAP to attack or to test the application. So in order to have really effective results, we combined ZAP and Jazzer, and now I will discuss exactly how we do that. So here we see how Jazzer and ZAP would test web application. So with Jazzer, it generates the fuzzer generated request, sent to the application. It receives a feedback and uses this to maximize code coverage. And ZAP would then use its active scanner to attack the application under test. And now I will discuss how we make this link so that ZAP and Jazzer can collaborate into testing the application. So we talked about custom mutators and that it wouldn't make sense to just throw some random data onto the application under testing for dealing with a web application. And for Jazzer, we implemented on top of it using its custom mutator interface, what you call a web mutator. And this web mutator would just take an API definition describing the endpoints of the application. So what are the endpoints that are available there, and how the inputs or the requests that are expected by each endpoint should be structured. And the web mutator would just provide valid or mutations. So it guarantees that at all time it generates valid requests according to the definition. And so with that, we guarantee that all requests that we send using Jazzer is accepted or are accepted by the application, and then we get valuable feedback with that. And so we do it in a way that when Jazzer generates an input or a request, that results in a new code coverage. So Jazzer will generate a request, we get a feedback, and when Jazzer sees that this request actually resulted in a new code coverage, this interesting request would then be forwarded to ZAP so that the active scanner of ZAP can use this request as a seed for the active scanner. So ZAP would then attack this input, guaranteeing that this input or this request has interesting code coverage or new code coverage that the other request does not. And also, just to complete the feedback, the inputs of the requests that are generated by ZAP are also forwarded to Jazzer so that it can try them out and see if any of them can actually also lead to new code coverage. And here we see this loop where using instrumentation, using the feedback or the insights that Jezza has about the code, it uses this insight to gather interesting inputs and send them to ZAP that it can attack. And inputs generated by ZAP are also fed to Jezza in order to test if they reach new code coverage. And this method, we use this method to test several web applications, and this proves to be really, really effective. And just an example about how this collaboration would work. We see here a code snippet, and this code snippet is from web code, which is a vulnerable Spring Boot application, and it's intentionally vulnerable and used to just test or to demonstrate some bugs. And here we see that this method expects a username and a password, and at some point it just execute an SQL statement. And so this is obviously vulnerable because on the way there is no check or there's no sanitization of these inputs. But interestingly, we see that the username is compared to Larry. So any username that's not Larry would just return directly, and we will not have the chance to execute the SQL statement. And this here's where instrumentation plays a really important role. And so one of the methods that we report to Jezza using instrumentation is all string comparisons. So whenever we have an equals, for example, call, this will be reported to Jezza that these two strings were compared to each other. So in this example, if Jezza will just generate a username foo, and it gets a report that foo is compared to Larry, then the next thing that Jezza would try to do is just use Larry as a username and see what happens. And what would happen in this scenario is that Jezza would just guess or just generate a correct username that would just satisfy this condition, and then we will able to execute in the SQL statement and able to trigger the SQL injection. And this here is an example of a request that was generated by Jezza. Username is Larry, and we have the stop in passport, and this actually triggers the SQL injection. So a black box fuzzer with no insights about the code would very highly unlikely guess that it needs to use Larry as a username, but it was very easy for Jezza to do that because it gets this insight or this hint from the instrumentation that from the code instrumentation that it performs. And here is another example that shows the effectiveness of instrumentation or feedback-based fuzzing. So here we have an example that encodes the input using base 64, performs some kind of insecure encryption, so some commutations for that. And we see that this block is really hard to find if you don't have any feedback or you don't have any information about what's actually happening inside the code. So it's very hard to guess by random the correct input. And with Jezza, it's this can be found very quickly. And by the way, this example is also available into the Jezza examples available on GitHub. And here you see that the correct value is called Jezza value profiling, which is the name of the technique that Jezza uses to crack this kind of hard checks. So I would encourage you to go to have a look at the examples provided on the GitHub and play around with Jezza. So to conclude my talk, I hope I was able to convince you that feedback-based fuzzing is really great and really effective in profiling bugs. And with Jezza, we work hard to bring this power of feedback-based fuzzing into the Java virtual machine or into the JVM-based languages. And we've seen, based on our work for fuzzing web applications, that structure-aware fuzzing, making the fuzzers aware of the structure of the inputs that are expected by the application. And that is really effective for testing web application. And that combining ZAP and Jezza results in a better results or more effective testing than when using each tool together. And this brings me to the point that I think we as a community should also keep in mind that we develop really great tools, and here in this case, really great dynamic analysis tools that are that can very well work collaboratively with each other. And there we should think about how to have a sort of standardized interfaces so that these tools can easily work with each other and then benefit from the power of each other. What are the next steps from our side? We will be releasing some of the our bug detectors, so our instrumentation-based bug detectors, and we hope that this would enable the community to contribute to that, so that we have really powerful bug detectors for JVM-based DAOs in general and for web application in particular. So stay tuned for that. And we are organizing on the 24th of March, FuzzCon, the Web Security Edition. And here we have really great speakers from Google, from Microsoft, and Simon will also give a talk there. So we really have good talks, and you are more than welcome to join and to participate in the conference. The conference is completely free, and it's an online conference. So I would invite everybody here to participate. And so this brings me to the end of my talk. So thank you for your attention. And if you have any questions, we can talk on Discord, or if you have any questions for me, I'm also available on Twitter, and just look for me on Google. You would find also my email address. So yeah, thank you for your time.
Awesome, Khaled. Thank you so much for this presentation here. I want to clarify some stuff. There's people asking how this actually works with Jazzer. I think what you were talking about there was all that Jazzer traffic was actually being proxied through ZAP.
Exactly.
Can you explain that setup a little bit more for people? I'm not sure if I missed the video edit part of that actually had some ZAP screenshots. I feel like they were there, but help explain some of that just a little bit on how you had that set up and what was working there.
Yeah, thank you for the question. So the idea is that so ZAP, if you give ZAP a request, it can then mutate this request and attack the corresponding endpoints. And so since ZAP does not perform instrument the code, it's not the intention of ZAP. It does not get feedback on like this request has some new interesting code. And this is the thing where instrumentation-based fuzzing is really effective at. So from Jezza or from the fuzzer, you would just sort of also attack the application to communicate with the application. And each time you see a request that reaches new code, This you can basically use or you can use the Jazzer API, the ZAP API to say, okay, please then attack this request. So then from the fuzzing run or from fuzzing engine, ZAP would only get valid or like interesting requests to attack, because this way we guarantee that each request that ZAP attacks or that he gets from the fuzzer actually reaches new inputs. So this way you can have, with this we try to make ZAP also like more effective by integrating this knowledge that we have that's missing from ZAP, because it's not the intention of ZAP, but ZAP is really great at finding bugs and attacking the application. So the whole idea is to try to make these two tools collaboratively work with each other.
Yeah, I think I get what you mean. You're trying to get Jazzer, because Jazzer knows about the source code that the application's written, or the bytecode. So it knows a lot more about the application than ZAP natively would. Pipe that information through ZAP to build out the site tree and interesting places for ZAP to test, those kinds of things, just to make ZAP more aware of the application that you're trying to test and let it see things that the fuzzer is actually trying to test, as well as be able to run its own tests against those interesting endpoints. Is that right?
It's exactly this. So ZAP can, as I said, like really effectively attack the application. It would be a waste of resources just to do this black box from our point of view, but just only use this effective method to test requests that actually reach different code paths. Because this way, if you attack 3 requests or 10 requests that had this exact same code coverage, basically you would get the same results. So you did the same work 10 times. With this, we just focus ZAP resources or ZAP abilities on attacking interesting parts.
Awesome. Yeah. First of all, I forgot to thank you and have everybody in Discord. They did. Thank you for the great talk. I think this is such maybe a tricky topic to cover really well in kind of a short 20-minute talk. This could probably be a really good, like, here's how to set it up kind of workshop. Here's how to set it up. Yep. Here's what we're going to go through, all those good things.
It's actually, I just forgot to mention that we'll write a blog, a blog post in the ZAP blog, so describing this in more technical detail. So what we've done there, and so this we hope, and also on our GitHub, there's the GitHub of Jazzer, like a more technical and detailed information about how it works internally and how can you perform your own custom mutators, because if you have a special application that expects data of certain formats, we have an API where you can just implement your own mutations so that Jazzer knows how to mutate the inputs that would be good for your specific needs.
Awesome. Zapper asked a good question. Does it have to run on a jar file, or can you run it on a built Docker image of the underlying Java code?
Can you repeat the question? I'm not sure if I understood it correctly.
Does Jazzer and crew have to run on a jar file? Like, do they have to attach to a jar file, or can they run on a built Docker image of the underlying Java code? And I assume you could build a Docker image with Java bytecode and Jazzer in it. Can it work outside the Docker container?
So how Jazzer works is that you can also test it out, like we instrument the code with a Java agent, meaning that we only need the bytecode, so that we don't need the source code for that, so that we instrument the Java bytecode directly, so that you're not limited then to Java. You can instrument or fuzz any JVM-based languages, like for example Kotlin. And so all what we need is the jar file, but you can run Jazzer inside the Docker container. It shouldn't be a problem.
Gotcha. Hopefully that answers that question, Zapper. I did have a really a good question about the corpus. We kind of alluded to it a little bit in the talk and then in Discord as well. And this is a thing that I think a ton of people have a question about. And that is, how do you do incremental scans of an application as it's being developed? You think corpus can help with that so that you get like a baseline scan of an application, and then the next time it comes through CI/CD and you've only got small amounts of code changes, now is it only testing those small amounts of code changes? Have you played with that, or does that work, or what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, this is exactly why the seed corpus or the corpus is there. So you can think of a corpus as like it's a directory, a place where fuzzing, like this is not specific to Jazzer, but any coverage guided fuzzer. So you have a corpus. So when the fuzzer generates an input that results in a new code coverage, so an input that reaches new code, it saves this input in what's called a corpus. So with time, it builds in this corpus a set of interesting test cases that maximize the code coverage. And it has some also smart heuristics how this corpus can be minimized so that you can still reach the same code coverage. What this means is that when you start your next run, the fuzzer would not start from zero, but it would start from the previous state that it learned about the application. So it first tries to execute the application with the seed corpus, and then after that continues to try to find inputs that reach new code. And with this approach, you can also make sure that in this corpus, you can also store all the crashes that the fuzzer found, so that you can find regressions quite easy, because all these cases that resulted in errors in the past are now in the corpus. And if a regression, that it should be re-triggered very, very, very quickly by the fuzzer. So the corpus is just a way to represent the fuzzer's knowledge about the application, and this would be if you have any new code changes, then the fuzzer will just find mutations that reach these code areas.
Awesome. There was one more question, and then I think we'll have to close down Q&A for this particular session. But can we limit the fuzzed request generation from Jazzer? Can you limit how many requests Jazzer builds?
In which sense? So you want to overload the application, or you just want to limit, make it slower, or?
Yeah, I think what the question is, and maybe he'll elaborate, Taj, in Discord here, is can you limit how many requests it makes? And King Thorn made a good point. There's got to be some limits, otherwise it would just run for trying to test all the particular mutations of a thing. But is it possible to limit how many iterations of a fuzzing request that Jazzer makes?
Yeah, it's a simple command line option where you can specify the number of runs. But ideally, you would just run. Well, first, when you first test your application, you would just let it run longer, so for a few hours, so that it can gather build its corpus. But then afterwards, it would be enough to run it for a few minutes. And the good thing with fuzzing is that if you see there, so you'd get also information about the code coverage. So you can see if the code coverage is still increasing over time, or if it's got saturated at some point.
Gotcha.
So it's clear to see if the fuzzer is finding new inputs.
Awesome. I think that's kind of all the time we have for Q&A. Obviously, this is a really rich and depth subject to pile together. Fuzzing and ZAP. Once again, Khaled has said he's going to write a blog post on zaproxy.org that really describes the technical features of that. And hopefully, once you've got that post up, you'll post a link back into this Discord channel to let everybody know, hey, the technical stuff is up, so that people can really do a deep dive into that.
Here exactly was the goal, just to give an overview, and I will be there in Discord, also on Twitter or email. Just be happy to answer any questions.
Yeah, awesome. If you've got like deep, detailed questions you want to ask Khaled, obviously the Discord channel is open and will be there. He's reachable in many other fashions as well. But please reach out to him if you're super interested in this and you want to get deep into how that actually works and can it benefit you and your application security program or how you develop applications and that stuff. Khaled, thank you so much for joining us today and putting time into your presentation. It was really good, such a rich, deep subject. But thank you again for joining us at the very first ZAPCon.
Yeah, thank you very much. And thank you for the wonderful organizations and the great community also on Discord. So it was a pleasure.
Awesome. All right, Khaled, I'm gonna move you off to a different room and then I'm gonna invite back sponsors of ZAPCon, the CEO of StackHawk, Joni Klippert, and founder of ZAP, Simon Bennetts. And we're going to do closing ceremonies here real quick. Thank you again, and we'll hope to talk to you soon.
Thank you.
All right, coming back to main stage, we're going to bring on Joni Klippert. And we're going to bring on Simon. Maybe if I can get him in the right spot. Here comes Simon. Ooh, yay. No technical snafus here. Everything's fine. Don't look away. Look away. Nothing to see. Thanks, Joni Klippert and Simon Bennetts are here to kind of walk us through closing ceremonies. Thanks, everyone, for joining us and putting up with our technical snafu shenanigans. Next time we do a ZAPCon, we'll definitely have a more robust system in place. We'll talk about that a little bit. Go ahead, Joni.
Awesome, Scott. Thank you so much. You did a really good job keeping it together throughout this entire conference. Thank you for being such a great MC. And thank you all so much for joining us for the first ever ZAPCon. I'm excited to have you all as inaugural members, and we have just a few closing remarks here. So let's recap the content. Simon.
Yeah, so we had a lot of great talks, really. I mean, what we have, so there was, Abhay started off with test-driven development and RoboZap, which is great. Obviously, I covered things like the automation framework, the reporting framework, and this new contest for contributing reports to ZAP. Then Ankush and Milan talked about mobile applications, how you could test their security with ZAP, which I found great because so far out of my experience, it's really good to see that. Salman and Mohammed talked us through how they implemented ZAP in Pakistani FinTech. It was just great to see ZAP being used in that kind of environment and the kind of, the matter of reliance they put on it. And finally, Khaled talked about Jazza integration with ZAP, which I was just so pleased to see, and I definitely want to play around with that because I think it's really exciting possibilities.
Great. And to everyone who attended and also who engaged in the Discord channel or on Twitter, thank you so much for doing that. I was really pleased to see all of the communication and questions coming through all the specific channels associated to the talks. And our speakers did a great job chiming in as well. So we definitely want to keep the conversation going and foster this energy. So we will have the Discord channel open so you can continue to talk to the different contributors of the talks and make sure that you connect with one another. However, I do want to make sure that we highlight all of the existing ZAP resources. There's a handful of core contributors. King Thorn was in there hammering away on his keyboard, making sure he was pointing everybody to the right resources as they had questions. But there are existing ZAP resources that we want to make sure that you know about. So if you do have more of a deep dive question or a very specific ZAP question, Simon, do you want to highlight a handful of these resources that people can use to get in touch with you guys directly?
Sure. I mean, the first one is the main one, zaproxy.org. Everything is linked off that. but it's worth mentioning. We've got a blog on there, and as Khaled mentioned, he's going to be posting and doing a blog post there. And actually, if you've got interesting stories to tell about ZAP, or if you want to share more content which is ZAP related, get in touch because we'd love to feature you on the blog. There's the videos, and that includes the deep dive videos I'm recording with StackHawk. So they're getting posted there all the time. We're on IRC, usually European office hours, but you can catch us there. And we've got a user group as well. And of course, follow ZA Proxy on Twitter.
Thank you so much, Simon. And we also have what we're calling ZAPCon after hours. So we had so many great talks that were submitted. We went ahead and recorded a couple of additional talks. And we're going to be making these available to you after the conference. So keep your eye out for those. We've got starting a security program on a shoestring with ZAP, security automation with ZAP and Jenkins. I saw a lot of questions about how to automate ZAP in Jenkins specifically as we were going through the conference. And then also adding ZAP to all your testing. So keep an eye out for these, and we'll be sure to get that content to you soon. Next is swag. So everyone has been asking about the swag, the very cool ZAPCon t-shirt that you can see Simon wearing right now and a handful of others wearing. If you were logged into Zoom, okay, it's going. Sorry, I heard that the presentation wasn't sharing. It looks like it is now. So everybody can see the beautiful swag that we have going on. We got a little excited at StackHawk and working with the ZAP team and wanted to make sure that there was a whole bunch of swag for you guys. So like I said, if you were logged into the Zoom webinar, you're already registered for the swag pack. If you've been watching on YouTube, go ahead and type in this link. I think Rebecca is also posting it in the YouTube comments so that you have access to this link. And we will send you stickers, a couple of t-shirts, and our cute little ZAP bot, which we're so excited to send out. A small disclaimer, we can't ship everywhere. I am very hopeful we can get to most of you. So as you fill out that information, you should know if you are able to get that swag pack this time around.
So I would just like to do the final thank yous. Big thank you to all of our speakers and everyone who submitted a talk. Huge thank you to the core team and ZAP core team and everyone who's actually contributed to ZAP. There are hundreds of people who have contributed over the years. Our MC, Scott, who's done such a great job, and the rest of the organising team who have done a great job getting this conference organised in such a small time and coping with all the kind of little niggles and little problems that are bound to occur. And of course, a thank to ZAPbot for all the feedback, possibly not the feedback we actually wanted. And of course, big thank you to all of you, everyone who's attended, whether you're watching it now live or later. And Joni, I think you've got one more announcement.
I do, Simon. Thank you. So we are now going to announce ZAPCon 2022. Mark your calendars for March 8th. We will have a lot more details coming about both whether it's a streaming conference or in-person conference, but we saw such a great turnout from this conference in registration and engagement. And we're really excited to continue to support and grow the community and give you as much content as you would like. So there will be a follow-up survey coming around to all of you shortly. If you could please take the time to fill that out so that we can make sure that ZAPCon 2022 has all of the content that you're interested in learning about. And you can also give us feedback on things like tech and other options that you have a lot of opinions on. So thank you again for coming to the first ever ZAPCon, and we look forward to continuing to engage with you online until next time.
Awesome. Thanks, Joni. Thanks, Simon. I will take responsibility for the feedback issue. We figured it out, and it was totally my fault. It was not ZapBot. It was just me. Awesome, everyone. Thank you so much. I think we're going to go ahead and end the webinar now. Stay tuned in Discord so we can tell you when we've published the videos if you want to come back and look at that, as well as the presentations will get pinned into the channels of where they were talking. And then that ZAP After Hours is going to be great too. We'll open up new channels for those new talks as they're getting ready to be published, and we'll have some chats in Discord when those things go live, and we can talk to the speakers and all that good stuff.